Settle in, dear friend. Let the day take off its shoes at the door. Feel the soft weight of your body meeting the chair or the bed. If there is a blanket nearby, draw it over you and welcome the warmth across your shoulders. If you have a cup of tea or plain water, lift it and notice the gentle heat, the faint scent, the invitation to slow the pace of your breathing. Outside, the world keeps moving as it always does. Here, in this little pocket of time, you do not need to chase or fix or improve anything. You are already arrived. You are safe enough to rest. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. Now, let us begin with something simple and kind. Breathe in as if the breath is a friendly tide rolling in to greet the shore of your ribs. Breathe out as if the tide is turning, leaving the sand smooth and untroubled. As you breathe, let your eyes soften. If it feels right, close them. The invitation is to land, slowly, gently, fully, in this moment and this place. Tonight we will explore craving, the tug in the chest that whispers more. More sweetness, more success, more certainty, more messages, more likes, more respect, more control. Sometimes the whisper roars and we feel it as an ache or a hunger or a restlessness. Sometimes it wears a noble mask and pretends to be motivation only, but underneath is a knot that tightens when we do not get what we want, when life does not obey. When craving drives, we suffer, not because wanting is bad, but because clinging is a trap. The promise of this journey is not to become a stone with no preferences, but to unhook the barbed edges of grasping so that desire can move through you without leaving wounds. Let us start by meeting the body as a trusted guide. The body is honest. It reports what is here before the mind has time to build a story. Bring your attention down to your throat and your chest. Notice how craving lives there. For some people, it feels like leaning forward, as if the whole torso is a hand reaching. For others, it is a tightness, a heat, a pinprick spark. There may be a buzzing in the belly, an itch in the fingers to grab the phone, the cookie, the next task. Whatever you feel is not wrong. It is information like the weather. The practice is to listen without fighting. If it feels comfortable, try a tiny practice right now. Name the wanting softly, the way you would name a small bird in your garden. You might say, wanting sugar is visiting. You might say, wanting certainty is here. You might say, wanting to be liked is fluttering in the chest. The exact words do not matter. The tone matters. Gentle, honest, clear. By naming the wanting, you create a little space. In that space, breath can pass. In that passing, something in you can choose. You might be wondering why craving is such a big deal. We live in a world designed on purpose to amplify it. Your feed refreshes and flashes a new thing that might be the thing. The store suggests the perfect item to complete the set of your life. At work, there is always one more rung to climb, one more inbox to empty. In relationships, the imagination projects how it should be, and every human meeting becomes a negotiation with fantasy. None of this makes you wrong. It makes you human in a sea of invitations to grasp. The ancient teaching is simple and radical. Suffering arises when we cling to pleasant experiences, when we push away unpleasant experiences, and when we drift in confusion about the nature of experiences altogether. These are the three frictions of the heart: wanting, pushing away, and confusion. Tonight, we will walk with the first one, wanting, like walking beside a river and learning its currents. We will not bully the river into stillness. Rather, we will learn to sit on the bank and watch without falling in. Let us try another micro-practice. Rest your hands somewhere easy. Take a slow inhale, count to 4. Pause for a soft beat. Release the exhale, count to 6. As you breathe, bring one everyday craving to mind. Choose something gentle to start. Maybe the urge to pick up the phone while listening. Maybe the itch to check the fridge though you are not hungry. Maybe the wish to be done and perfect. Hold the image of that craving like you would hold a warm stone. Ask your body, where do you feel the pull? Place your palm there. Now whisper to that place inside you, thank you for trying to keep me safe. We are okay right now. We are breathing. We are here. Continue the slow breath for 3 cycles. Notice if the craving shifts. It might grow. It might soften. It might stay the same. The point is not to control the outcome. The point is to meet the process with patience. You are not alone in this learning. Imagine a small scene from the life of the Buddha, long before he was revered, when he was still a seeker sitting under the Bodhi tree. The story says the tempter, Mara, approached with temptations and fears, with promises of pleasure and threats of pain. And the seeker did not argue. He touched the ground. He called the earth to witness. He stayed. Every temptation rose and fell like weather around a mountain. The teaching is not that you should never feel tempted, not that you should be above desire. The teaching is that you can stay. You can touch the ground of your own body and see that craving is a visitor, not your master. In ordinary life, staying might look like a small pause before a habit. You open the cupboard to reach for the 3rd sweet cookie, and you feel the old thrill. For a breath, you stop. You turn your attention to the sensation in the mouth and chest, the little lightning of anticipation. You name it, wanting sweetness is visiting. And then, instead of fighting the wanting or obeying it automatically, you offer it something honest. 1 sip of water, 3 breaths, and a question. What am I actually hungry for? Sometimes the answer is sweetness. Sometimes the answer is comfort. Sometimes the answer is rest or touch, or reassurance that you are allowed to be here without earning it. When you learn the habit of asking, craving begins to tell the truth. It is important to say that this path is not about purity or harsh rules. If you choose the cookie, let it be a chosen cookie, eaten with awareness and kindness, rather than a mindless cookie eaten while scrolling through self-judgment. If you choose to put the phone down, let it be because you listened and felt the freedom in your chest, not because you bullied yourself into good behavior. We are not building a rigorous discipline that squeezes life. We are cultivating a flowing wisdom that knows what actually nourishes and what does not. Consider how craving shows up in love. Perhaps you want your partner to say the right words in the right tone at the right time. You can feel the script in your mind, the expected scene, and when reality diverges, the heart hardens and the body tenses. The craving here is not merely for words. It is for certainty that you are valued, for safety, for being seen. Can you be brave enough to meet the tender thing beneath the grasping? Place a hand on your heart now if it feels okay. Feel the warmth. Whisper, I am here. I am listening. In this breath, I allow myself to be imperfect and held. If tears come, they are welcome. Tears are one way the nervous system softens its grip. Perhaps craving shows up at work. The next promotion gleams at the edge of your vision. Promises that once you arrive, rest will be allowed. But promotions have a way of moving the horizon line. The mind says, not yet, almost there, but not yet. What if rest is not the prize, but the resource that lets you move wisely? What if you let 10 breaths happen before the next push? You might discover that 10 breaths do not slow your progress. They slow the suffering, and with that ease your decisions become clearer, your words kinder, your actions more aligned. Another small practice, a pocket-sized refuge you can carry into any room. It is called feel and release. When a craving hits, pause your body for 5 seconds and do nothing with your hands. Then feel 3 layers. First, feel the raw sensation, the buzz, the heat, the tight. Second, feel the emotion trying to ride the sensation, perhaps excitement or anxiety or emptiness. Third, feel the meaning your mind is adding, the story that says, If I get it, I will be safe. If I do not, I will be lost. Name each layer in a whisper: buzzing, excitement, story of safety. Then soften the jaw and lengthen the exhale. Imagine a tiny latch in your chest unhooking. Whether the craving stays or goes, you have unhooked the suffering from it by unhooking your identity from it. You are the space in which craving appears and dissolves. As you listen, your mind may say, yes, but craving keeps me moving. Yes, but if I do not want, I will stop caring. Notice the fear tucked inside those words. It is the fear that ease equals apathy. The truth is quieter. When you are not clenched, you are not apathetic. You are available. The energy that used to fuel compulsive reaching becomes the energy that feeds meaningful action. The difference is subtle but profound. Compulsion says I must or else. Intention says I choose because it matters. Let us tell a brief modern parable. A woman had a small boat she rowed each morning across a lake to get to work on the far shore. One day, fog covered the water. As she rowed, another boat bumped into hers, jolting her. Anger flared. She shouted into the fog, "Watch where you are going." But the fog thinned and she saw the other boat was empty, untethered, drifting with the current. Suddenly her anger had nowhere to go. She laughed, then steered around it. Later that day, when a coworker spoke in a sharp tone that normally snagged her, she remembered the boat. She asked herself, is this another empty boat? She realized the coworker's stress had nothing to do with her, and she let the words pass like fog around the bow. Craving often acts like that bump in the fog. We think the world is doing it to us. We shout at life to deliver what we want. But when we learn to see clearly, we discover many of the boats are empty. Our reactions can be allowed to drift away. Craving wears many costumes. There is the craving for pleasure, which we recognize easily. There is the craving for becoming, the push to become the future self faster, to skip the awkward growing. There is the craving for non-becoming, the wish to escape, to numb, to stop existing in this complicated set of feelings. When you notice any of these, remember you are practicing something courageous. You are practicing staying awake in a world that profits from your sleep. Every pause you take is a radical kindness. Bring attention back to the breath. Imagine each inhale as a gentle hand collecting scattered pieces of you from the day. Imagine each exhale as a soft release of striving, like laying down a heavy bag you have carried too long. If the mind wanders, let it. Then, when you notice, guide it back like you would guide a friendly pup back to the path.
No scolding.
Just return. This is how we train the heart to be steady amid the pull of wanting. A brief self-talk upgrade can help. When craving arrives, the old script might say, I cannot handle this, I have to have it, or it will never be enough. Replace the script with one of these lines, spoken calmly in your own voice. I can ride this wave. I will check what I truly need. Enoughness is a practice I can feel now. Notice how the body responds when the inner voice changes. For many, the shoulders drop a centimeter. The breath deepens. The eyes relax. A little gap appears between the urge and the action, and in that gap, freedom lives. This path is not all solemn either. There is an understated joy in discovering that you can enjoy a pleasant moment without capturing it. A sunset can be witnessed and released, not turned into a must-collect memory. A song can fill a room and fade without needing to be repeated endlessly. A conversation can be good and incomplete at once. When you practice non-grasping, the sweetness of simple things often becomes more vivid, not less. You are not dulling life. You are tasting it without swallowing the thorn. If at any point you feel overwhelmed by the topic, remember that pausing is always allowed. You can open your eyes, look around the room, name 5 ordinary objects, and feel the contact of your feet with the floor or the bedding with your skin. You can step outside and notice the night air or the morning light. You can return later. Practice grows through kindness, not force. Let us anchor part 1 with a simple, repeatable routine for the next day. Choose one doorway in your home or workplace that you pass through often. Tape a small mark beside it, a color dot or a tiny scrap of paper. Each time you pass through that doorway, let the dot remind you to check for craving. Ask, what is pulling me right now? Name it once. Take one longer exhale, then step through. This is how we train in ordinary life, rep after rep, becoming intimate with the way wanting moves in us. Over time, the doorway becomes a teacher. You might even smile when you see it. Before we close this part, place both hands on your belly. Inhale to the count of 4. Exhale to the count of 6. Feel how the exhale lengthens the space between impulse and choice. Feel how the body starts to trust you when you treat it like a wise companion instead of a problem to fix. Whisper, "Thank you, body. Thank you for carrying me." We are learning to unhook together. There is a quiet courage in knowing you do not have to chase every spark the mind throws. You can feel the spark, admire the light, and let it burn out in the open sky. In living this way, desire does not disappear. It refines. It becomes a clear intention shaped by values rather than a restless hunger tugged by advertising and fear. You become less like a leaf tossed by winds and more like a tree that bows and sways but remains rooted. As you settle for the night, let the breath ease into its natural rhythm. There is no test to pass here. You are not behind. You are not late. Craving's job is to knock. Your job is to answer with presence. Tonight you have begun to learn the tone of that presence. Soft, honest, patient. You will forget and you will remember again, and each remembering will be easier. This is the path. It is not a straight line. It is a compassionate spiral that returns again and again to the simple truth that freedom is found in the pause before grasping. Rest now. Feel the bed or chair hold you. Let your jaw loosen. If sleep wants to arrive, it can find you here. If wakefulness remains, you have a friend in your breath. Inhale, gather. Exhale, release. The river keeps flowing. You sit on the bank, steady, watching the sparkle, listening to the gentle sound of water on stones, realizing you do not need to own the river to be nourished by it. Let's begin by returning to your simple setup. Dear friend, notice the room again, the way light rests on a wall or how darkness softens the corners. Feel the exact weight of your body. If you have a blanket, tuck it a little closer. Let the jaw loosen and the tongue rest heavy like a small boat on still water. Without forcing anything, meet your next breath as if you are greeting an old friend you can finally relax around. You are allowed to be unhurried here. You are allowed to be exactly as you are. In part 1, we met craving as a visitor. We named it without scolding, we listened to the body's weather, and we practiced small pauses. Tonight, let us ease a little deeper into the first key idea of this journey. Clear seeing. Clear seeing doesn't mean thinking harder. It means noticing the moment just before the story starts. It is the split second when sensation arises and the mind moves to label and then to reach. If you can become intimate with that first spark, the craving loses its spell. Not because it vanishes, but because you can see its shape and decide how to meet it. Take a slow inhale. As you exhale, imagine you can watch your own mind like you watch the sky. Thoughts drift in, take on puffy shapes, sometimes flash, sometimes fade. Clear seeing is the sky itself, wide and unbothered. Cravings are cloud forms, sometimes small, sometimes dramatic, always changing. The sky does not fight clouds, nor does it chase them. It allows, it witnesses, it remains. To practice clear seeing, try this gentle experiment right now. Think of one small tug that has been visiting you lately. Checking messages too quickly, nibbling between meals, scrolling past bedtime, replaying conversations for approval. Bring that tug into soft focus. Where in your body do you feel the first spark? Is it a flicker behind the eyes, a lean in the shoulders, a quickening at the base of the throat? Is there a temperature to it, a direction? Without getting lost in the story of why you want, attend to the how. This is how wanting arrives in you. Give yourself permission to be fascinated. Curiosity is softer than control and often wiser. You might notice the mind begins to narrate while you do this. I should know better, or it's silly to want this, or if I just had more discipline. Smile at those thoughts like you would at an overeager host trying to seat everyone at a crowded dinner. Thank you, mind, for wanting to help. For a few breaths, we are only observing. We are becoming lovers of the first moment, students of the spark. Clear seeing naturally invites the second idea, gentle interruption. Instead of trying to crush a habit or deny a desire, you create a brief, kind pause that makes room for truth. When the phone calls to you, you delay your hand by one breath. When the fridge beckons, you stand and feel the soles of your feet for 3 seconds. When the thought of one more episode arrives, you let your eyelids close for the length of a slow inhale and exhale, just once. Those interruptions are like placing a finger on a spinning toy. The spin may continue, but it slows enough that you can choose whether to keep it moving or let it wind down. Imagine another small scene. A monk in training walks with his teacher through a busy market. The stalls are bright with color. The air smells of fruit and spice, and voices weave 1,000 tiny wants into the morning. The teacher pauses at the edge of the crowd and points to a bell hung high over a shop door, tied to a long ribbon. Each time someone enters, the ribbon tugs and the bell chimes. The monk asks, "How do I stop the world from ringing my bell?" The teacher smiles. You do not stop the wind or the hands that pass. You shorten the ribbon. He shows the monk how to loop the ribbon once, twice closer to the bell. The world still moves, but the bell grows quieter. This is gentle interruption, the shortening of your ribbon. Life will still pull. You are simply learning to let the pull move less of you. In ordinary life, one ribbon loop looks like moving your phone off the nightstand at bedtime and onto a shelf across the room. It is still there, but you have created a breath of distance. Another loop might be placing a glass of water where you usually keep a snack, not as punishment, but as a reminder to listen to your body's thirst first. A loop might be telling a friend, "I'm practicing slower, yes, so if I pause before answering, it's on purpose." Tiny loops, quieter bells. Let's invite your body to participate in this skill. Sit or lie as you are. Inhale through the nose to a soft count of 4. Exhale through the mouth to a soft count of 6, like fogging a window. As you breathe, imagine a small switch in your chest labeled hooked and unhooked. On the inhale, you see it clearly. On the exhale, you flick it gently toward unhooked. You don't need proof that it worked. Your job is only to practice the gesture. Try 5 breaths like this. The point is not to hypnotize yourself. The point is to teach your nervous system that unhooking can be as simple as a familiar movement of attention and breath. We should talk about a subtle trap. Sometimes, in our zeal to be free of craving, we begin to crave freedom. We chase the identity of the person who doesn't need, who is above it all. That too is a ribbon tied to a bell. Notice if you are collecting spiritual achievements, if you feel a tense pride when you resist something, or a secret shame when you don't. That pride and shame are both forms of grasping at becoming and non-becoming. What would it feel like to practice without keeping score? What would it feel like to let tonight be enough because you were present, not perfect? Another micro-practice for your pocket. Label and land. When you feel an urge, label it in 3 words or fewer. Lightly. Sweet pull, check phone, fix me. Then land your awareness on the triangle of breath, body, and ground. Triangle because 3 points make a stable shape. 1 breath, 1 body sensation, 1 contact with the ground. For example, label check phone. Inhale. Feel the coolness at the tip of your nostrils. Notice warmth in the chest. Feel the chair pressing into your thighs or the bed cupping your shoulder. That is all. You have landed the plane of your attention, even if only for a moment. Each landing builds trust in your capacity to meet urges without obeying them. Let's visit an everyday story. Picture yourself at the end of a long day. The kitchen is quiet. The sink holds a few cups, and the soft glow of a screen tempts you. You pick up the device, and you feel the micro-fireworks behind your eyes. You remember tonight's practice. You label check phone. You place your palm briefly on your belly. You land. Breath, body, ground. The urge remains, but its edges are less sharp. You decide to do one tiny care act before you scroll. You wash 2 cups slowly, feeling the warm water coat your hands. You set them on the rack and listen to the little ping as they meet the metal. Then you choose. Perhaps you watch a few minutes intentionally, or perhaps you discover the urge moved on. Either way, you were awake. That is the quiet victory we are training. We will weave in a short parable from the old stories, softened for modern ears. A layperson asked a teacher, "When will my desires stop?" The teacher pointed to a candle and said, "When the fuel is gone." The layperson frowned, "Do I have to extinguish everything I love?" The teacher shook his head. "The flame will still be a flame. It will simply burn clean." The point was not to extinguish warmth, connection, creativity, or appetite. The point was to feed them with presence rather than panic, with intention rather than compulsion. A clean flame gives light without filling the room with smoke. This leads us to practice 2 for the night, which we'll call urge surfing with kindness. Classic urge surfing asks you to ride the wave until it breaks. We keep that shape but add warmth. When a craving rises, imagine it as a wave that lifts you. Say softly, "Hello, wave." On the inhale, you feel the wave rising. On the exhale, you feel it descending. If the wave crashes into a new wave, you greet that one too. While you ride, keep one hand, literal or imagined, on the small of your back. That hand is your kindness. It doesn't lecture. It simply steadies you. You do not need to make the wave stop. You only need to stay on your board long enough to see that no wave lasts forever. Try it with me for a minute. Call up a mild wanting. "Hello, wave." Inhale, lift. Exhale, settle. Again. Inhale, lift. Exhale, settle. If your mind tries to bargain, "If I ride this, I deserve a reward," smile and return to breath. The reward is already here in your steadiness. If your mind scolds, "This is silly, I should be over this," let the scolding be another small wave. "Hello, wave." Lift. Settle. After a few cycles, notice the shoreline. The feel of your body supported, the simple quiet in the room, the fact that you are okay. Kindness on the back, breath in the chest, feet or hips on the earth. We can also look at the twin companions of craving: aversion and confusion. Sometimes when you try to unhook from desire, aversion shows up dressed as willpower. It says, "I will crush this urge. I will be good." You can feel the tightness of this approach. It may work for a moment, but it breeds a backlash later. Instead of aversion, try respectful declining. You bow internally to the urge. "Thank you for your energy," and you decline gently. "Tonight, I will rest instead." Confusion, the third companion, arrives as fog. "I don't know what I want, so I'll scroll until something tells me." Clear seeing disperses this fog by returning you to the body, the breath, the ground. Again and again, like setting a compass needle with a small tap. Let's tenderize your inner voice further. Many of us carry a critic who believes harshness is the only tool that works. When you catch yourself saying, "What's wrong with me?" or "I always fail at this," you can perform a quiet upgrade. First, name the critic's protective job. "You're trying to keep me safe." Second, offer a new line with the same intent, spoken kindly. Try, "I want you to be safe and free. Let's choose what actually helps." Then, make one tiny move in that direction. A sip of water, 3 breaths, putting the device face down, stepping outside for 1 minute of night air. The critic learns through evidence. Each small kind act teaches it that softness can keep you safe too. Often, craving is tied to identity, to a story of who you are. I'm the fun one who always says yes. I'm the productive one who never stops. I'm the healthy eater, the indulgent friend, the one who knows the latest thing. These identities are not failures. They are costumes that helped you belong and navigate. But when a costume becomes skin, it chafes. Practice loosening the fit. When you notice a habit tied to a label, whisper, "I am more spacious than this role. For tonight, I can be the one who listens." Or, "I can be the one who rests." Identity held lightly lets you choose freshly. Here's a small ritual to try tomorrow, an integration that uses time itself as an ally. Pick one everyday moment when you usually reach: mid-morning lull, mid-afternoon slump, late-night drift. Set a quiet reminder with a gentle tone, nothing alarming. When it sounds, stop where you are and perform a 60-second ceremony. Stand or sit. Place one hand on the heart and one on the belly. Inhale and say silently, "Here." Exhale and say silently, "Enough." Repeat 3 times. Then ask one plain question: what would actually nourish me right now? Choose something that takes 2 minutes or less. Step outside for fresh air. Stretch your hands. Drink water. Write a kind sentence to yourself in your notes. Then return to your day. The craving may or may not be satisfied, but you will have fed something deeper, your capacity to respond rather than react. Let's return briefly to the life of the Buddha for a cinematic, quiet moment. After awakening, he did not retreat into permanent stillness on a mountaintop. He walked among people whose days looked like hours in spirit, markets, families, worries, ambitions, and he taught in simple images. Seeds growing in different soils, a lamp burning cleanly, a raft used to cross a river and then set down. The thread through those images is relevance. The path is not elsewhere. It is woven into dishes and doorways and meetings. Your practice is not an escape from life but an intimacy with it, the way a musician becomes one with the instrument through daily scales. Tonight you are playing scales of attention and kindness. If your mind is tired, let this next portion be pure rest. Lie back a little more. Smooth your forehead with your fingertips if you like. Feel the exact weight of your eyelids. Sense how the air enters your nose and cools the back of your throat, then warms again on the way out. Each breath is a tide smoothing the sand of your nervous system. Let the waves be small and steady. There may be grief tied to craving, and we should honor it. Sometimes we want so strongly because a younger part of us learned that wanting was the way to be seen. If a catch in the throat appears as you hear this, place a palm gently there. Let the warmth be permission. You might whisper, "I see you. Thank you for trying so hard. We are safe enough to rest now." Then take one longer exhale, like a long sigh that loosens the inside of your ribs. Relief doesn't need to be dramatic. Often it is a half degree of softening, repeated many times. Here is a small bedtime practice to close this part, a way to shorten the ribbon before sleep. Set a tiny tray or cloth on the bedside or by the place you rest. On it, place 3 objects that will be your allies for unhooking. A small stone or coin to represent weight and ground, a cup or bottle of water to represent flow, and a scrap of paper with one kind sentence you wrote to yourself earlier to represent wisdom. Before sleep, touch each object slowly. Stone. Feel ground, whisper, I am held. Water. Take a sip, whisper, I can let go. Paper. Read your line, whisper, I remember what matters. Then place your device beneath the tray or a few steps away, as if the tray is watching over it on your behalf. You're not banishing anything. You're tucking it in for the night so your attention can rest. If you wake in the night with a tug to reach for distraction, try the triangle again: breath, body, ground, and then add a simple counting of exhales from 1 to 7 and back down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you lose the count, you simply begin again. The point is not to win. The point is to give your mind a smooth track to run on so your body can remember its own way back to calm. Before we pause for now, let's gently celebrate something. You have already practiced. You have already shortened the ribbon, even if only by a finger's width. This matters. Patterns change like seasons. Subtly, then obviously. Trust the subtle. Trust the honest effort you are making. The craving will knock tomorrow and the next day. This is not a failure, it is weather. You are learning how to listen to the sky. As you rest, imagine the scene by a quiet river again. You sit on a broad stone. The water glides past, carrying twigs and leaves and flashes of reflected light. Each desire is a leaf. Some you pick up, laugh with, and set back down. Some you watch float by without touching. You do not have to become the river, nor do you need to dam it. You are discovering how to sit, how to see, how to choose when to reach your hand into the current and when to let it pass. This is real freedom, the kind that hides in ordinary moments and reveals itself to anyone willing to pause. Let the breath find its natural rhythm again. No counting needed. No particular way to be. Allow your shoulders to grow heavy, your heartbeat to be known without being chased. If your mind wants a final line to hold, let it be small. I can meet this, or I am more spacious than this urge, or simply here, a word like a pebble in your pocket that warms over time. We will keep going step by gentle step. For now, close or soften the eyes, feel the comfort under your body, and let the next exhale carry away a thin layer of effort. The night is not asking you to perform. It is inviting you to belong to yourself. You do. Settle in like a bird returning to its branch at dusk. Let your shoulders round a little, the way trees curve gently toward light. If you have a blanket, draw it over your lap and feel its quiet weight. Notice the simplest things first. The way air touches your cheeks, the rise and fall of your belly, the contact points where your body meets the chair or the bed. Your nervous system loves these ordinary anchors. They say, you are here and here is enough. In the last part, we explored clear seeing and gentle interruption, the shortening of the ribbon so the bell rings less. Tonight we'll lean into a key that quietly unlocks many doors. The feeling tone beneath experience. Every moment you live wears a tint, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. This tint is fast, faster than thought. Often craving begins right there, riding the wave of pleasantness, trying to stretch it, or escaping unpleasantness, trying to end it. When you learn to notice tone before the story builds, you discover a new freedom. You are not obligated to chase every pleasant or flee every unpleasant. You can feel and choose. We will call this practice tone check. Simple words, deep power. Pause now and check. What is the tone of this exact breath? Is it subtly pleasant, like warm tea spreading through you? Is it slightly unpleasant, like a small ache asking to be adjusted? Is it neutral, like a quiet room with a steady clock? Do not analyze. Just name it softly. Pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. If naming feels like too much, sense it without words the way you know the difference between sunlight and shade on your skin. Notice how the mind wants to race ahead. Pleasant means grab more. Unpleasant means fix now. Neutral means search for stimulation. That is the habit loop. Our practice is to let tone be information, not a command. If it is pleasant, you can soften around it and enjoy without grasping. If it is unpleasant, you can make a kind adjustment or breathe with it without declaring an emergency. If it is neutral, you can rest in the calm or widen your awareness to include something beautiful and simple. The faint hum of the room, the way fabric folds. Let's try a 60-second tone meditation together. Close or soften your eyes. For 5 breaths, attend to the sensation at the tip of the nose. After each breath, whisper the tone. Pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. No judgment. Then slide your attention to the chest for 5 breaths and do the same. Then to the belly. If your mind wanders, let it, and then return as if you are walking back to a picnic blanket under a tree. When you open your eyes, notice, craving might feel less like a command and more like weather that you can watch from the porch. A small everyday scene will help. You open a message thread and see 3 dots. Someone typing. A tiny burst of pleasant tone pops like a sparkler in the chest. A story jumps in. Approval is coming. Before the story carries you, perform 1 tone check. Pleasant. Then breathe once and relax your shoulders by 2 millimeters. You can even smile at the spark. Instead of refreshing or constructing fantasies, you let the spark pass through. If a kind reply arrives, you enjoy it. If it doesn't, you've already unhooked your piece from that outcome. Tone scene, craving softened. Another scene. You glance at a work dashboard and see a number lower than you hoped. A flick of unpleasant tone darts in. The mind races toward fixing or blaming. Tone check. Unpleasant. You feel the weight of your body on the seat. You place a hand on your chest and breathe once longer on the exhale. Then you choose an action from steadiness. Ask a question, take a walk, plan a step. You are not numb. You are responsive rather than reactive. Neutral tones are sneaky. Much of life is neutral, and boredom can breed grasping. When the tone is neutral, the mind often reaches for sugar, scrolling, or novelty. Tone check. Neutral. Instead of searching for a spike, you can practice appreciation. Look at the object nearest you as if you were a traveler seeing it for the first time. The weave of the blanket, the grain of the wood, the tiny scratches on a mug. You let neutral be a place of rest or simple wonder rather than a vacuum to fill. We can tuck this into a tiny pocket practice called 1 breath tone. Before you act on an urge, take 1 breath and name the tone. That is all. You do not owe yourself discipline or denial. You owe yourself 1 breath of truth. Over time, this single breath becomes like a friendly traffic light in your day, slowing you just enough to see the intersection clearly. Let's bring in a short parable. A young practitioner complained to a teacher, "I cannot stop chasing sweetness." The teacher poured a small spoon of honey and offered it. "Taste this slowly." The student tasted and smiled. The teacher said, "Now notice the aftertaste, the echo on your tongue and in your chest." The student noticed a faint dryness, a new thirst. The teacher nodded. Craving is often a honeyed hook. The honey is real. The hook is also real. Learn to taste both. The lesson is not to reject honey. It is to become wise to the whole flavor. When you become a connoisseur of aftertaste, you stop being fooled by the first sip alone. Every urge has an aftertaste. The aftertaste of staying up late for 1 more episode might be a foggy morning. The aftertaste of speaking too quickly might be the ache of regret. The aftertaste of pausing, of breathing, is often a quiet satisfaction, not flashy but deep. You are not punishing yourself by tasting the aftertaste. You are gathering honest data about your life. The body is the best scientist for this work. Let's create a 90-second experiment you can repeat this week. Pick a benign craving. Reaching for the phone, a sweet bite, peeking at notifications. Either follow it once with full awareness or delay it by 1 minute and then follow it. Before, during, and after, name the tones. Before, what's visiting? During, what is the flavor in body and mind? After, what lingers? Then write one sentence somewhere, small notes app, a paper scrap, to record the aftertaste. Not as a lecture to yourself, but as a love note from your future self to your current self. Remember, this is how it actually feels. Over days, your collection of aftertastes becomes a map of wisdom. Craving rarely comes alone. As two companions appear quickly. When pleasure is present, grasping tries to make it permanent. When pain is present, aversion tries to annihilate it. When uncertainty is present, confusion blurs the edges. We can greet each companion directly. When grasping appears, you can say, enjoy, not clutch. When aversion appears, you can say, soothe, not strike. When confusion appears, you can say, simplify, not spin. These phrases are like tuning forks for the mind. They hum the note you want to remember. Let's upgrade self-talk again with a few lines you can borrow. When you notice wanting and feel the old panic rising, if I don't get this, I'll never feel okay. Answer gently, safety is a state I can practice now. When you notice the critic, you're weak for wanting, answer, wanting is human. Wisdom is the way I meet it. When you notice spiritual pride, look how I resisted, answer, presence matters more than performance. Feel how your breath changes as you speak to yourself this way. The body knows the difference between shaming and guidance. We should speak for a moment to the part of you that learned to chase to be loved. Perhaps as a child, delight came when you performed, and attention faded when you were quiet. That part equates wanting with aliveness. Place a hand on your heart and a hand on your belly. Whisper, you are allowed to want, and I will help us want wisely. No exile is needed here. We are not building a prison for desire. We are building a home where desire can visit, be heard, and go when it's time. Identity is slippery around craving. You may have worn identities that seem to keep you safe. I am the reliable one who never says no, the healthy one who never eats late, the fun one who always says yes to another round. Tonight, experiment with loosening these costumes by half a size. Instead of I am, try I am playing. I am playing the reliable role in this meeting. I am playing the gentle eater at this meal. I am playing the fun friend tonight and the restful friend tomorrow. Roles become garments you can change rather than cages you live in. Freedom grows in the wardrobe. Let's fold all of this into a practical ritual for work hours. A small ceremony you can do in bustling spaces without anyone noticing. Call it the 3 S's. See, soften, select. When an urge hits, check by, say yes, argue. First see the tone. Pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. Then soften one part of the body you tend to clench, the jaw, the hands, the belly. Finally, select one value-aligned move. Value-aligned means it serves what matters to you in the long term: kindness, clarity, health, connection. The move can be tiny. Wait 1 minute, drink water, ask a clarifying question, put the device face down, take 3 breaths before replying. The point is not to win against the urge. The point is to include your values in the moment of choice. We will wind a short scene through this. You sit in a meeting and your colleague praises someone else's idea. A sting of unpleasant tone. A craving for recognition surges. 3 S's. See, unpleasant. Soften. You relax your sternum. Select. You write a supportive note in the chat and then schedule 5 minutes after the meeting to appreciate your own quiet contributions. The craving for recognition is real and human. You did not shame it. You met it with dignity, and you fed the deeper hunger to belong and to matter through a nourishing act. Returning to the old stories for a quiet moment. After awakening, The Buddha is said to have encountered a wandering ascetic who looked at his calm face and asked, "What are you? A god, a wizard, a human?" The Buddha answered, "I am awake." In our language here, that means the flame of attention burns clean. Not grasping, not pushing, not fogged. Awake does not mean rigid. It means intimate with tone, responsive to life. You are not required to be perfect to be awake. You are only invited to notice, soften, and choose again and again. Another micro-practice for neutral tone moments. The bow of appreciation. When you catch yourself bored and reaching, bow, literally or inwardly, to one ordinary blessing in sight. The outline of a leaf in the window. The way a book's spine has softened where your thumb rests. The steady function of a lamp. This bow is not a performance. It's a way of feeding the heart with subtle sweetness so it doesn't hunt for loud spikes. Subtle sweetness is often more sustaining than fireworks. We also need a practice for the body when unpleasant tone is high and your system feels lit up. Try the anchor sequence. First, feet. Press your heels down or curl your toes and release 3 times. Second, hands. Rub your palms together until warm, then place them over eyes, cheeks, or heart. Third, exhale. Sigh audibly, slow and long, twice. While you do this, tell yourself sensation first, story later. This sequence returns you to the only place choice lives, in your body now, so you can choose the next kind step rather than the next reflex. As bedtime approaches, craving often tips toward non-becoming, the wish to disappear into a screen, to escape the edges of the day. There is nothing wrong with wanting relief. Let's make relief nourishing. Before you fall into the familiar tunnel, give yourself a 2-minute landing. Sit on the side of the bed or lie down with the lights low. Tone check once. Then run a gentle inventory. What was one honest effort I made today? What is one small gratitude I can feel in my body? Not as a concept, but as warmth. What is one thing I can set down until morning? Whisper each answer, even if it's tiny. I answered one email with care. My pillow is soft. I can set down the worry about tomorrow's meeting. Then, if you still want to watch or scroll, do it like sipping tea, no shame, with pauses to taste the aftertaste. You are training for freedom, not perfection. If you wake at night with a strong urge, you can try the bell practice. When a thought clings, imagine it is a bell that has been struck. The sound rings on its own for a while. Your job is not to stop the sound, but to stop striking new bells with fresh thoughts. Place a palm on your belly and feel the ring fade. Often we keep hitting the bell with what if and why didn't I and tomorrow when. Let the bell finish its song. Then rest in the quiet that follows. There may be moments when you feel you failed. You ate the thing, bought the thing, said the thing, binged the thing. In those moments, the second arrow, that is, the self-judgment, does the deepest damage. If that happens, practice repair in 3 breaths. Breath 1, acknowledge that happened. Breath 2, tend, what does my body need right now? Water, stretch, fresh air. Breath 3, learn, what aftertaste will I remember for next time? Then let it go. Repair builds trust. Shame builds hiding. We are done with hiding. Tomorrow, consider this integration ritual as an experiment. Choose a doorway into a craving-prone space, kitchen, office, app, message thread. Place a small mark there, a dot of color or a quiet symbol only you notice. Each time you cross that threshold, perform one breath tone. Name pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Then ask one value question. Which action here serves my deeper care? The action can be minuscule. Over days, thresholds become teachers. Rooms become softer. Habits lose their absolute grip. As we wind down tonight, feel the weight of your blankets or the shape of your chair. Let tone be whatever it is right now. You do not need to fix it. If it is pleasant, smile into it. If it is unpleasant, make one kind adjustment, change a pillow, shift a knee, take a longer exhale. If it is neutral, let your awareness widen to include the whole room as if your attention is a lantern, not a laser. Let a blessing close this part, light and real. May you become intimate with the first notes of your life's music so you are not compelled by every crescendo. May your hands remember how to soften before they reach. May your breath be the friend that pauses with you at doorways. May sweetness be tasted fully and released kindly. May unpleasant moments be met and tended so they don't harden into cages. May neutral moments be recognized as quiet fields where rest grows wild. You are learning a craft, a subtle art, the way a potter learns clay by touch. Each breath, each tone check, each honest yes and honest no shapes a vessel that can hold your days. Trust the shaping. Trust the humble repetitions. A day will come when an old craving arrives and you feel, with surprised ease, the spaciousness between it and you. You will smile. You will choose. And life will keep moving, and you will move with it, less tangled, more free. For now, return to the simplest anchor. Inhale softly. Exhale a fraction longer. Whisper inside, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Then let even that whisper fade. Rest in the warm, quiet place that remains when desire is allowed to be a visitor and you are allowed to be the home. Take a moment to feel the room receive you. The light may be low, or a soft darkness might be settling around your furniture like a calm lake around stones. If you have a warm drink, lift it. Notice the scent, the tiny swirl on the surface as it moves. Let the blanket, if there is one, drape a little heavier over your knees. You are not late to anything here. The breath is your only appointment, and it is delighted to see you. We have met the visitor of craving, shortened the ribbon to quiet the bell, and learned the language of tone. Pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. Tonight we lean into everyday practice, the art of feeding satisfaction without grasping. Desire is not the enemy. Starvation is not the path. The middle way walks right through your kitchen, your inbox, your commute, the lull between messages. You do not need a monastery to train. You need exactly what is already in your hands. Start with one truth the nervous system understands better than any philosophy. Cycles complete. In the body, a sigh completes a cycle of activation. In the day, a small pause completes a cycle of doing. Craving often hijacks completion. It whispers, more, before the last note has finished ringing. When you learn to complete what is here, you discover a gentle fullness that makes more less urgent. We'll call this practice the completion breath. After any small task, washing 2 cups, sending 1 email, folding a shirt, place a hand on your chest and take 1 slow inhale, then an exhale that's a finger width longer. On the exhale, let your attention sense the moment's edges rounding off. You might even murmur inside, that is finished for now. This is not self-hypnosis. It is honest punctuation. The body loves punctuation. Without it, sentences run on until they tangle. With it, meaning is easier to find. When the body begins to trust that moment's end, it stops lunging for the next bite to force the end. Try it with me now. Call to mind one tiny thing you did today. Reply to a message, watered a plant, closed a tab. Inhale gently, exhale longer. Whisper, finished for now. Notice the micro drop in the shoulders, the way the tongue softens against the roof of the mouth. That shift is your nervous system unclenching around not yet. The unclench is what satisfaction feels like in a quiet key. Satisfaction is not the same as indulgence, and it is not the same as deprivation. Imagine the story from the old texts, retold softly for you. A musician asked the Buddha how to find the right effort. The Buddha asked, how do you tune your lute? The musician said, if the string is too tight, it breaks. If too loose, it will not play. The Buddha nodded, the middle tone is the way. In our language tonight, too tight looks like rigid denial, which rebounds into binges and shame. Too loose looks like mindless chasing, which numbs and never nourishes. The middle tone is active love, enoughness practiced on purpose. We can bring this to your plate, your phone, your calendar. At a meal, the middle tone might sound like a small pause at 70% satiety. Not as a rule tattooed on the mind, but as an inquiry to the belly. Does more increase delight or begin the aftertaste of heaviness? Your body knows. You can listen without drama. With a device, the middle tone might be a pre-decided endpoint. The length of one song, 3 scrolls, 1 article. You savor and you stop, not because stopping is virtuous, but because you are practicing the art of leaving the table while you can still taste the sweetness. In your calendar, the middle tone might be a 5-minute buffer between commitments, a breath-sized meadow where you can complete what just happened before harvesting what's next. There is a quiet trap here that deserves gentleness. Part of you may hear this and think, I've tried rules before. I always fail. Notice the voice's fatigue. We are not handing your critic a new stick. We are offering your body a new signal. Signals, unlike rules, are cooperative. A signal says, when this chime sounds, we breathe once and check what nourishes. If you miss a signal, you have not failed. You simply ring the next one. Compassion is the glue that makes signals stick. Let's create a signal now. Choose one sound you will hear tomorrow no matter what. Boiling water clicking to a stop, a door latch settling, a message ping, the rumble of traffic at a certain hour, the rustle of turning down your bedsheets. Decide that when that sound arrives, you will practice the completion breath and ask one question. What would make this moment feel complete enough? The answer may be to put the spoon away rather than leaving it on the counter, to send the thank you line at the end of your email, to stretch your fingers after typing, to look out the window for 3 heartbeats. These are not chores. They are offerings. Completion teaches your body the taste of enough. Craving often blooms where appreciation is thin. That's not a moral judgment. It's a physics of attention. What we appreciate tends to settle and satisfy. What we consume mindlessly tends to ask for more. Consider an ordinary mug in your hand. If you truly look, you'll see the curve you like, the chip near the lip, the way the glaze catches light. Letting your eyes rest there for 5 seconds is not woo. It's nutrition for the part of you that is starved for simple beauty. You can feed that part all day without spending a coin. Here is a small ritual for your mornings this week to seed satisfaction before craving gathers. Call it the first sip vow. When you first drink water, tea, or coffee, pause just long enough to feel the temperature, the weight of the cup, the soft pull of swallow. Whisper inside, may I remember enoughness today, not as a promise you must keep, but as a direction your attention can face. Then drink. So much of your day will ask for more. Give yourself one act that asks for less and delivers more. In the realm of work, craving often disguises itself as noble ambition. There is a clean ambition, the desire to contribute, to express, to build, and there is a frantic ambition, the hunger that runs on fumes of not enough. How do you tell them apart? Feel their footprints in the body. Clean ambition is warm and steady. Even when it strains, it rests between efforts, like an athlete between sets. Frantic ambition is jittery. It cannot stop because stopping threatens its identity. When you notice the jitter, try the hand-on-desk practice. Place your palm flat on the surface in front of you, feel its firmness, and breathe once. Ask, what is the smallest honest step that serves the work and my well-being? Then take only that step. Paradoxically, the work often flows better this way, because panic is a poor craftsman. Let's place a parable in the middle of the office. A person carried a bucket with a tiny crack along the path from a well to their home. Each day, water spilled, and the person scolded the bucket for waste. One morning, exhausted by the scolding, they noticed flowers along the path on one side, the side where water fell. The crack had been watering beauty all along. Craving for perfect efficiency had blinded the person to a softer harvest. Some of your supposed inefficiencies are doing quiet good. The pause you take might water a better conversation later. The extra breath might spill patience into the evening. When you see this, the urge to squeeze every drop begins to loosen. Enoughness is allowed to bloom. Craving also arrives at the threshold of rest. The body is tired, the mind is wired, and the tunnel of scrolling promises escape. Again, there is nothing wrong with wanting relief. Let's tune the lute string here too. Before entering the tunnel, try the 3 doorways. Doorway 1, body. Lie down or recline and adjust your posture until your lower back says yes. Doorway 2, breath. 3 exhales, each a little longer than the last, as if you're fogging a window slowly. Doorway 3, kindness. 1 line to yourself, spoken inwardly as if to a dear friend. I made honest effort today, and rest is deserved. Then choose. Perhaps a small, bounded stretch of entertainment, perhaps pure sleep. If you choose the tunnel, choose its length on purpose, and complete it with 1 completion breath when you emerge. The nervous system learns from endings. We should talk about the hungry ghost, a symbol from Buddhist lore often pictured with a tiny mouth and a great belly, unable to be satisfied. Instead of othering this image, meet it with tenderness. The hungry ghost in you is not a villain. It is an alarm that got stuck on. It learned that safety equals more because more once meant survival, more food, more approval, more control. When it rises, you can do 2 things. First, feed it something real. Warmth, water, breath, a safe person's voice, a walk outside, a simple meal eaten seated. Second, speak to it directly. I see you. I know you're trying to keep us alive. We are safe enough to rest for 1 breath. Over time, the alarm learns new criteria for safety. The belly doesn't need to be endless to be filled. Identity whispers while the hungry ghost sings. I am the kind of person who never misses out. I am the one who always says yes to fun. I am the caregiver who never needs anything. Identities like these are bracelets that began as gifts and became cuffs. Tonight, try a loosening phrase. For the next hour, I give myself permission to be the person who practices enough. Not forever, just for an hour. Identities can be time-bound. Roles can be rotated. This flexibility is not flakiness. It's wisdom. You become a more honest friend, partner, parent, and worker when you can shift roles rather than gripping one mask. A very practical scene now. Groceries, the aisle of bright packages, the aisle where craving sings loud. Walk the aisle with your hand resting lightly on the cart or basket, feeling the texture of the handle. Let your breath move in a rhythm you can feel at the nostrils. Before you reach for a shiny thing, ask, what flavor am I truly seeking? Sweet, salty, crunchy, creamy, warm, cool, comforting, exciting. Then choose 1 item that meets the flavor you actually want, not the story on the box. The difference is subtle and liberating. When you match the honest flavor, you often find satisfaction sooner with less. This is not a diet. It is an intimacy with the organism you live inside. In relationships, craving often tangles with the wish to be seen exactly as we wish to be. You might crave the exact text at the exact time in the exact tone. This is human, and it is also exhausting. Practice the generosity of sufficiency. When someone offers you a good enough act of care, an imperfect check-in, a hug that lasts 5 seconds, an attempt at listening, Let yourself receive it fully before editing. You can refine later. You don't need to refine the moment to death. Receiving completely can be a deep exhale for both of you. And if what's offered truly misses, you can ask plainly without blame. Could we try again with slower words? Or could you put your hand here and breathe with me? Desire is allowed to speak. Grasping does not need to bite. We return to your inner voice, because desire's tone changes when the narrators do. The old narrator says, "If I don't get this, I'm failing. If I stop now, I'll miss everything." Invite a new narrator who speaks as a kindly elder. Try these lines on the inside of your mouth and see how they feel. If I stop now, I get to taste what I already have. If I wait one breath, I will know what I truly want. If I choose a clear end, I will sleep easy. These are not slogans. They are handrails. Handrails do not walk for you. They make walking steadier. You may wonder, does this make me less driven? The fear is understandable. Many of us were taught that only the whip works. But there is a different fuel, values-aligned intention, that burns cleaner and lasts longer. Try this values check when a large desire arrives. Will this action increase or decrease my capacity to be kind tomorrow? The answer is sobering and illuminating. Many dazzling impulses lose their charm when measured against tomorrow's kindness. This is not moralism. It is long-term pleasure, the refined sweetness of living in a way that your future body and heart will thank you for. Let's design an integration for the next 24 hours that touches 3 ordinary moments. Morning. First sip vow with 1 line of enoughness. Midday. Completion breath after 1 everyday task, plus a question, what makes this feel complete enough? Evening. 3 doorways before rest. Then a chosen tunnel or chosen sleep, completed with a breath. You don't need to log or brag. You don't need to streak. You are simply practicing the middle tone until your hands know the chord without thinking. If a wave of craving surges as you hear this, perhaps a flare of no, I want what I want, grant it space. Say hello wave, ride it for 2 breaths. Then feel your spine where it meets the chair or mattress. A spine is a column that bends and returns. You are not brittle. You are not a rope yanked by every tug. You are learning to bow and rise. Before we wind down, a small invitation to beauty, because beauty is the gentle antidote to the poverty of more. Look around right now and let your gaze land on one texture. A curtain weave, a plant leaf, a book cover, a ceiling crack that looks like a river on a map. Allow your eyes to rest there like birds on a wire for 10 seconds. If a smile arises, let it. If not, let the quiet be enough. What you just did is feed the part of you that knows the taste of contentment. Fed regularly, that part begins to vote in your choices. We'll close this part with a blessing that leans close to your ear. May your hands learn the ritual of finishing so your heart can rest. May your breath place periods where your mind writes run-on sentences. May you taste what you already have with such devotion that the next bite becomes a choice, not a compulsion. May the hungry ghost in you receive warm food and kinder stories until it lays down to sleep. May your lute string remember the middle tone, and may your days begin to sing. For the last minute, do nothing special. Just feel the bed or chair shape itself around your body. Inhale lightly, exhale a fraction longer, as if releasing a small knot from a necklace chain. If you want one word to carry into the next moments, let it be enough. Not as a command, but as a lullaby. Enough whispered to each cell. Enough whispered to the habit of hurry. Enough whispered to the visitor of craving, who now knows you will always listen and you will often choose peace. Let your body arrive the way a tide reaches shore, slow and certain. Feel the cushion or mattress hold you. If there's a blanket, tuck it a little higher and let your shoulders drop into its weight. Notice one sound in the room, near or far. A fan, a distant car, the soft hush of evening. Breathe as if you can breathe all the way into the soles of your feet. Exhale as if the floor itself is gently exhaling you back. Nothing urgent lives here. You are allowed to be exactly as you are. We have met Craving as a visitor. Learned to shorten the ribbon so the bell rings less. Tasted the feeling tones that color each moment, and practiced completing small cycles so enoughness can be felt. Tonight we lean into compassion, the soft power that keeps every other practice from turning into a quiet war against yourself. Without compassion, unhooking becomes performance and tightness. With compassion, unhooking becomes a friendship with your own nervous system. Compassion puts a hand on your back when the urge swells. Compassion is what lets you say to yourself, I see you, let's walk together, rather than, why can't you get this right? Begin with the simplest kindness. Place one palm on the center of your chest and the other on your belly. Let your hands be warm animals resting. Feel their weight. Inhale gently and sense your chest rise into your palm. Exhale and feel your belly soften into your other hand. Whisper inwardly, I am on my own side. If those words feel like too much, try, I am willing to be gentler. If even that feels far away, simply feel the touch of your hands and let touch speak in a language older than any sentence. Compassion is not coddling. It is clarity with warmth. It says, this urge is here, and I will meet it with care. This pattern is painful, and I will change it without shaming myself along the way. Imagine the difference between a coach who yells and a mentor who walks beside you in the rain. One may get quick results through fear. The other cultivates endurance and trust. You are building a path that lasts, and lasting paths are paved with kindness. A small practice to build this muscle is what we can call compassionate reset. When you notice you went automatic, finished the bag, fell into the scroll, said the sharp thing, press pause for 1 minute. Name the 3 truths softly. Truth 1, that happened. Truth 2, I am still worthy of care. Truth 3, one next kind step is available. Then take that step immediately, tiny and concrete. Drink water, step onto the balcony for 2 breaths of night air, send 1 repair message, place the device face down and put 1 hand on your belly. The instinct to punish yourself is an old superstition that says suffering will purify you. Compassion Reset teaches your nervous system a new superstition that is actually true. Kindness makes change stick. There is a beautiful turning point in the old stories that speaks to compassion and enoughness intertwined. On the eve of awakening, gaunt from extremes, the seeker sat by the river. He had tried starvation. He had tried white-knuckled purity. The lute string was too tight and it broke. A village woman, Sujata, offered a bowl of milk rice, warm, simple nourishment. He accepted, not as indulgence but as wisdom. The middle way began not with a vow carved in stone, but with a kind meal taken without shame. In our lives, compassion often looks like this, listening to the body's ordinary needs so the mind can be steady. A glass of water, a real meal eaten seated, 10 minutes of quiet, a walk under a patch of sky. When you stop waging war against your organism, you free energy for presence. Let's turn this into a small ritual you can borrow. Call it the Sujata bowl. Choose a small bowl or cup you already own. Each morning or evening, place 1 simple thing in it. A few berries, a spoon of rice, a slice of apple, a square of bread, something modest and whole. Before you eat, touch the bowl with both hands, breathe once, and whisper, I choose the middle way today. Then eat slowly, feeling the texture and temperature, and set the bowl down with a quiet gratitude. You are training your system to pair nourishment with intention rather than with guilt or grasping. The ritual takes moments. Its echo lasts longer. Compassion also means telling the truth about the 3 old companions: craving, aversion, and confusion. You already feel how each one grips. Compassion looks at each and says, I see your job, thank you, and here is our new approach. To craving, compassion says, you want sweetness. Let's find the kind that truly satisfies. To aversion, compassion says, you want safety. Let's soothe without striking. To confusion, compassion says, you want certainty. Let's simplify to the next honest step. The tone matters. You are not negotiating with a villain. You are turning towards scared parts of you that once had to grow louder than love to get your attention. The inner critic often argues that compassion is weakness. If I go soft, I'll never change. Notice how afraid that voice is. The critic was trained to believe only pressure works. But think of the last time you learned something delicate. A musical chord, a dance step, a foreign pronunciation. Tightness muffles finesse. Softness allows precision. Unhooking from craving is delicate work. It's the art of feeling the moment just before the reach and choosing a finer movement. Kindness is not a luxury here. It is a tool. We'll weave compassion into a micro-practice called touch and tell. When an urge arrives hot, touch 2 places on the body with intention. Perhaps the cheek and the sternum, or the back of your neck and your belly, and tell yourself one true and kind sentence. Choose a sentence that fits the moment. I want relief and I can ask for it wisely. I feel lonely and I will call a friend or rest. I want sweetness and I will taste it slowly or seek comfort another way. Touch regulates. Truth organizes. Kindness opens a door you can walk through. Let us set an everyday scene, the kind that happens on couches across the world. It is late. The room is quiet. The glow of a screen promises smoothness. You reach. Half an hour later, a film of restlessness glosses your skin from the inside. Instead of gripping the steering wheel and swerving, you practice compassionate reset. That happened. I am still worthy of care. One next kind step is available. You close the app. You stand and stretch your arms until your ribs make space. You drink water. You step to the window and touch the cool glass with your fingertips. You breathe the air by the frame. Then you decide, 5 more minutes on purpose or lights down on purpose. Either choice chosen beats being dragged. This is compassion as steering, not scolding. Another scene at work. A colleague's comment lands sharp. A craving for vindication spikes. You want to type fast words that will clip back. Touch and tell. Fingers to sternum, palm to belly. The truth is I feel stung. I want to matter. I can matter without a lash. The touch brings your body back to the room. You straighten a sheet of paper. You breathe one slow exhale through the nose. Then you choose a response that includes your values, perhaps a clarifying question or a short break before replying. You did not deny your urge. You escorted it toward dignity. Parable, brief and gentle. A child kept a small bird in their hands, worried it would fly away. The more tightly they held, the more the bird thrashed. An elder knelt and cupped their own hands loosely, showing a hollow that was held but spacious. The child copied the shape. The bird calmed, then hopped to the elder's palm, then to the child's again, then back to the sky. The elder said nothing. The child learned that holding gently keeps living things alive. Desire is that bird. Tightness turns it frantic or limp. Gentle hands let it breathe. Compassion is the shape of gentle hands. We can talk now about identity and attachment with compassion's lamp turned on. Many cravings glue themselves to identity. I am the person who never misses out. I am the person everyone can rely on. I am the person who eats perfectly. I am the person who never needs anything. These identities were built to belong. They carried you through rooms where other tools were not available. Thank them. Then try loosening one just for tonight with a kindness tag. Instead of I am the reliable one no matter what, I am the reliable one who also cares for my body. Instead of I never miss out, I savor what I choose and let the rest pass. Instead of I eat perfectly, I eat kindly and listen. Instead of I never need anything, I am learning to receive. The small tag softens the glue. Soft glue is easier to peel when it is time. Confusion, the foggy companion, asks for compassion too. It often shows up when your system is overloaded. The mind whirs, options multiply, and craving for certainty shouts, pick something, anything, now. In those moments, compassion offers the simplest map. Next wise thing. Not the whole month's plan, not the lifetime arc. Just the next wise thing you can do in the next 10 minutes. The next wise thing might be a glass of water, 3 lines of a draft, 1 apology, a walk around the block, a 2-minute tidy, a single page read slowly. Once done, you ask again. The fog thins as the ground beneath your feet reappears 1 step at a time. Urges calm when you are back on earth. Let's practice a compassion meditation for a few minutes, soft and secular. Sit or lie as you are. Feel the contact points where your body meets support. Bring someone to mind who is easy to love. A pet, a friend, a child, a tree even. Something or someone that awakens a natural warmth in your chest. Let the warmth be small if it needs to be. On the inhale, imagine breathing in that warmth. On the exhale, offer a simple wish to that being. May you feel safe. May you feel ease. May you know you matter. Do this for 3 breaths. Then turn the same phrases toward yourself, even if the warmth is faint. May I feel safe. May I feel ease. May I know I matter. Notice any resistance. Offer the resistance compassion too. You are not trying to create a blaze. You are kindling a steady ember. Now bring to mind a recent urge that tangled you. Picture your face in that moment the way an elder might look at a younger you, with affection, not judgment. Offer the same 3 wishes to that version of you. May you feel safe. May you feel ease. May you know you matter. Breathe them in and out for a few cycles. Often, when the body feels it matters, it stops reaching so frantically to prove it. Compassion does not erase desire. It frames desire within belonging. We will braid compassion into an integration you can carry through doors and screens. Call it mercy at thresholds. Every time you cross from one activity to another today, standing up from a chair, opening a new tab, stepping into a kitchen, tapping an app, pause for just 1 inhale and exhale and silently say, mercy. Let the word be an invitation, not a slogan. Mercy means you intend to treat yourself as a person, not a project. You intend to treat this moment as a living thing, not an obstacle. Mercy has a specific flavor in the chest. See if you can taste it. It is warmer than discipline and more reliable than willpower when life turns windy. Let's return briefly to the river scene beneath the Bodhi tree. Temptations are said to have arisen. Pleasure, power, doubt, and the seeker did not argue with each. He touched the ground. When the mind storms, touch the ground. If you are seated, feel your sit bones and imagine roots dropping. If you are lying down, feel the breadth of your back and imagine the earth rising to meet you. If you are standing, soften your knees and feel the spread of your feet. Then ask a compassionate question. What would reduce suffering here without causing more later? The answer is often simple and quiet. Drink water. Breathe. Rest your eyes. Delay the purchase a day. Name the feeling and tell the truth to someone safe. Desire becomes less tyrant, more teacher when grounded. There is a modern parable in every supermarket line. Someone ahead of you is fumbling with coins, with coupons, with a toddler's snack. Inside, an urge rises to hurry them with your silence. Notice the craving for control. Touch your own cart handle as if it were a worry stone. Whisper, Mercy. Look around and find one small human detail. The way the cashier's sleeve is rolled, the way light falls through a smudged window, the way the child's shoe is on the wrong foot. Let your mouth soften at the edges. Time moves the same speed whether you are clenched or kind. When you practice compassion externally, internally the craving eases. You do not need the world to obey to be okay. Let us give your evenings a gentle, compassionate frame. Before sleep, sit on the edge of the bed or lie on your back with one knee bent if that's more comfortable. Place one hand on the belly and one on the heart. Think of 3 beings to whom you can easily send warmth: people, animals, trees. Offer the phrase, "May you rest." Then turn the phrase to yourself, "May I rest." If guilt rises, the tasks undone, the messages unsent, answer with truth. The day is complete enough. Tomorrow will have hands. Compassion is not a license to abandon care. It is a lamp you carry so you can see where to place your feet. Identity loosening can close the night. If a label clings, productive, perfect, pleasing, tough, offer a bedtime sentence that lets you lie down the badge. Tonight, I retire from productivity. Tonight, I take off the armor of perfection. Tonight, I hang up the costume of the entertainer. Tonight, I set down the myth that I must be strong to be loved. Then physically mimic the gesture. Pretend to unpin a name tag, shrug off a heavy coat, remove a hat. The body loves symbols. Symbols teach the nervous system through play. There will be days when compassion feels far away, when your chest is marble and your mind is a swarm. In those hours, take the smallest doorway, sensation before story. Cold water on the wrists, a shower with the light off, the feel of a spoon against your tongue, your bare feet on tile, the smell of a citrus peel torn open. These are mercies the world gives without asking for your mood. Let them touch you. The hungry parts will believe you more readily when you feed them with tangible kindness. Before we close, return your attention to your hands. They have done so much today. Imagine washing them in warm water, even if only in your mind, and imagine that the water carries away the film of striving. Feel the air dry them. Rub the pads of your thumbs across your fingertips as if reading Braille, as if you could feel the story of your day there and also the blank page that tomorrow will offer. Whisper a line that fits like soft cloth. I belong even when I pause. Or I can be gentle and still be strong. Or I am learning and that is enough. Let a quiet blessing come to rest. May compassion be the ground you walk on when desire floods. May your hands learn the shape of gentle holding so that your wants can breathe. May your inner voice remember the difference between guidance and scolding. May you find the middle way in ordinary cups and ordinary rooms. May you accept the milk rice of enoughness when it is offered, and may you be the one who offers it to yourself when the world forgets. For the last breaths, do nothing special. Feel the rise and fall beneath your palms if they are still resting on you. Let the exhale lengthen by a finger's width. Sense the way the room seems to exhale with you. If sleep wants to come, it knows your address. If wakefulness remains, you have a friend in the word mercy, a key you can turn in any doorway. Craving will knock again. You will answer with a hand on your own back. Let your shoulders slide down a notch. Feel the steady architecture of your ribs receiving the breath. If you have a blanket, pull it until your collarbones feel gently held. Take one sip of water if it's nearby and notice the cool ribbon sliding down and the tiny ease it leaves behind. The world can keep spinning for a while without you. Here, nothing asks you to strive. Here, we practice being human with softness. We've walked together through meeting craving as a visitor, shortening the ribbon so the bell rings less, tasting the feeling tone of each moment, practicing completion so enoughness can register, and letting compassion place a warm hand on your back. Tonight, we'll turn our lamp toward a few common traps, clever disguises of craving. that tangle even the most sincere practice. We'll name them gently, like meeting old acquaintances. Then we'll answer each with a simple move of heart and body. Begin with an easy breath. Inhale for 4. Exhale for 6. Let the exhale smooth the edges of the day. Now imagine the mind placing down 3 cards on the table in front of you. Becoming, non-becoming, and fog. Becoming is the urge to leap into a shinier version of yourself instantly. The promotion, the perfect diet, the pristine home, the identity that finally proves you belong. Non-becoming is the urge to retreat from the sting of life. Numb, scroll, sleep to escape rather than to restore. Fog is confusion, frenetic tabs open, choices multiplied until you grasp at the nearest thing simply to feel certain. These are not sins. They are strategies your nervous system learned. When we see them plainly, we can choose a kinder path. Becoming whispers in subtle tones. It says, I'll rest after the next milestone. I'll be kind to myself when I finally fix this one flaw. I'll show up with love once I feel worthy. The trap is the horizon that keeps moving. Picture a treadmill disguised as a meadow. It looks like grass and open sky, but the ground speeds up under your feet. You sweat and call it progress, but you are no closer to the tree you long to sit beneath. Becoming as a trap is not growth. It is flight from tenderness in the present. Try a small practice called horizon check. When the urge to become surges, pause for one breath and ask, if nothing changed about me for the next hour, how would I treat myself and others kindly? Answer with something tiny and real. I would drink water. I would reply with only 2 sentences to that message. I would put my hand on my chest before speaking. Then do precisely that. Becoming relaxes when it is fed with present kindness. Growth still happens, but as a byproduct of care rather than a punishment for being human. Non-becoming feels like wanting to dissolve. It's the pull towards screens or sugar or sleep, not because you're choosing pleasure, but because you're fleeing contact with what is here. There is no shame in wanting relief. The trap is that the relief often has an aftertaste of emptiness. We practice tasting aftertaste. Let's put it to work. When you sense non-becoming's tug, say softly, I want relief. Then ask, what would soothe and still leave me clear? You might dim a light, stand under a shower for 2 minutes, step onto a balcony for night air, wrap yourself in a blanket and breathe until your skin says yes. If you still choose the tunnel of entertainment, choose a gentle boundary and complete it with a breath. Non-becoming loses its power when you choose relief rather than hide in it. Fog is the dizzy cousin of craving. It convinces you that thinking more will eventually feel like clarity. But fog feeds on spinning. The antidote is not more thought, it's contact. Try the compass of 4 touches. Right now, touch for things within reach with deliberate slowness. The rim of a cup, the weave of a blanket, the smoothness of your phone screen, before you put it face down, the wood of a chair. Feel each for 2 breaths and say silently, here. The body punches holes in the fog. Once punched, a single next wise step usually appears. Not 10 steps. 1. There is another pair of winds that blow at the sails of craving and can tip us without warning. Praise and blame. With praise, wanting latches on. Give me more approval, more yes, more applause until your worth feels hired out. With blame, wanting flips. Make it stop, find escape, fix the sting. Even when the wisest move is to breathe, learn, and keep dignity. The old teachings call these the worldly winds. They're not moral tests. They're weather. You can build a wind compass, simple and human, so you don't go overboard when gusts arrive. To build it, place a palm on your sternum and one on your belly. When praise lands, whisper, warmth is visiting. Then ask, what is the kind next step that does not mortgage my center? Maybe it's a thank you, then returning to your values. When blame lands, whisper, Ouch is visiting. Ask, what can I learn and what can I lay down? Maybe it's one repair, then releasing the loop of replay. The compass is not a shield from weather. It's how you remember you are not the wind. A short modern parable, quiet and plain. A man built a pond and filled it with bright fish. He loved them so much he fed them all day until the water turned murky and the fish grew sluggish. A neighbor said, "The fish need clean water as much as food." The man filtered the pond. He fed them less at certain times. The fish flashed bright again. Our minds are like the pond. Feeding craving constantly clouds the water where joy lives. Enoughness, clear boundaries, chosen moments, pauses, keeps the water clean so the fish of delight can dart and gleam. Pleasure is not the enemy. Murk is. One of craving's clever disguises is what we might call noble urgency. It sounds responsible. Just one more email before bed. Just one more article so I'm informed. Just one more tweak so it's perfect. Noble urgency feels virtuous but often steals from tomorrow's clarity. Practice the lamp test. When noble urgency speaks, ask, will this brighten or dim tomorrow's lamp of kindness? The question bypasses rationalization. If the answer is dim, even slightly, let the item rest in a bright pile for morning. Put it on a sticky note or simple list. Place the list under your cup or on your keyboard like a relay baton. You're not dropping the race. You're passing it to a better rested runner, you. Another trap is comparison, the spark that lights the tinder of craving quickly. You see someone's new thing, someone's calm face, someone's apparently perfect process, and the hungry ghost wakes, certain that if you had their circumstances, you'd finally relax. We counter comparison gently with a brilliant medicine from the old path. Gladness for others, the friendly joy called mudita. It's not forced cheerleading. It's the softening of the grip that says only my gain counts. Try this micro practice. When envy flares, let it be honest, envy is visiting. Then add one breath of blessing. May they enjoy that fully without harm. Then immediately turn the same blessing toward yourself. May I enjoy what I already have without harm. Feel what happens in your chest. Often there is a release as if a knot loosens one loop. Gladness for others is not self-erasure. It is self-protection from the corrosive myth that joy is scarce. Let's give mudita an everyday scene. You scroll and see a friend on vacation by water bright as a blade. Your chest tightens. A story starts about your own life's dryness. Pause. Envy is visiting. May they enjoy that fully. May I enjoy the texture of this blanket, the sip of water waiting, the patch of sky outside my window. You go to the sink and drink slowly. You stand in the doorway and feel air on your face. The vacation is still theirs. The moment is still yours. Two joys now exist instead of one wound. Perfectionism is another mask of craving. It promises protection. If everything is flawless, no one can hurt you. No one can reject you. No one can see the tender animal you are. Perfectionism is a bodyguard who won't let you into your own house. Try a tiny breach in its armor. When you feel the urge to polish something past usefulness, ask, what would 80% loving look like? The phrase is important. Not 80% done, but 80% loving. Loving includes you as well as the task. Send the email as a human. Tidy the room until the air feels kinder, not austere. Stop the edit when clarity is achieved and your breath is still smooth. The remaining 20% is where your nervous system recovers. We return to identity because these traps cling to roles. Craving says, I am the one who always knows, who always provides, who always answers quickly, who always looks composed. Your practice tonight is to try on softer tags. I am the one who also asks for help. I am the one who also lets a message wait. I am the one who also has ruffled days. Identity held lightly keeps the traps from sealing around your ribs. Another small, practical ritual for the next days. The craving ledger. Not a harsh ledger, no red ink, no demerits. A curiosity ledger. On a scrap of paper you keep by your bed or in a notes app, write 3 headings. Tug, aftertaste, antidote. Tug is what visited sweet, scroll, praise, fix, vanish. Aftertaste is what lingered warm, flat, regret, fog, ease. Antidote is what helped or would help. A walk, water, breath, a boundary, a call, a pause, mudita. Each entry can be 5 words total. Over a week, you'll see patterns. Patterns are kind. They let you prepare. If late afternoon always says sweet, you can plan a warm drink and a crisp apple and a 5-minute stretch before the kitchen starts singing. Preparation is compassion in calendar form. Now let's talk about spark and glow. Spark is the quick chemical yes that craving rides. New sweet, ding shine. Glow is the quiet warmth of meaning, connection, creation, service, rest that actually satisfies. Craving confuses spark for glow and keeps chasing sparks like a moth against a bulb. We won't demonize spark. Sparks are lovely. We will simply become glow seekers. Before acting on an urge, ask, is this spark or glow? If spark, enjoy a little and end on purpose. If glow, make room for it. Even 5 minutes of playing music, writing a note, sweeping a corner with care, listening to someone's voice without multitasking. Glow does not shout, so we practice turning toward it deliberately until it becomes bright enough to find in the dark. A short scene in the kitchen. You're standing, door open to the fridge, spark calling from a box on the second shelf. Pause. Spark or glow? Spark, you feel. What would glow? Sitting to eat slowly, calling a friend for 3 minutes, lighting a candle and washing a single bowl. You choose to cut a slice, sit, use a plate, and taste. That small dignity turns spark into something closer to glow. Later, you message the friend with a voice note. Glow warms the room from the inside. We'll thread in a story from the old lore, softened. A traveler used a raft to cross a river. On the far shore, he lifted the raft onto his shoulder and trudged into the forest, exhausted. A sage saw him and said, "Friend, the raft was wonderful when you needed it. Now it can be set down." Many of our strategies are rafts, strict rules, certain apps, certain schedules, even certain meditations. They helped us cross. The trap is carrying them when the terrain changes. If a practice you used to love now feels like a burden, you are allowed to thank it and put it down for a while. Freedom is not loyalty to the past. It is intimacy with what works now. There's a quiet, powerful reframe we can practice whenever we feel hijacked by wanting. Move from, how do I control this urge, to, how do I care for the conditions underneath? Urges are like mushrooms. They sprout where moisture and shade invite them. Caring for conditions means sleep, nourishment, movement, sunlight, honest connection, simple beauty, meaningful work, and play. It sounds ordinary because it is. But ordinary care is the shallow water in which compulsive wanting cannot breed as easily. Tonight, without making it grand, name 1 condition you will tend tomorrow. Not 5. 1. Maybe you'll eat a real lunch sitting down. Maybe you'll stand in a square of sun for 2 minutes. Maybe you'll step outside after a meeting and look at the sky. Maybe you'll delete 1 app from the dock and move it to a folder so your thumb must decide. 1 condition tended each day is a revolution paced like a heart. Let's build equanimity, calm in the middle without jargon. Imagine holding a snow globe you've just shaken. Glitter swirls everywhere. That's your mind when a strong urge hits. Equanimity isn't forcing the glitter to settle. as placing the globe on a table and watching. The table is your body. Put the globe down, 2 feet flat or your back against the bed, or your palms face down on your thighs. Name the swirl once, craving, ouch, fog. Then watch 3 breaths without acting. The glitter begins to sink by itself. Action chosen after the sink is usually kinder. For days when equanimity feels out of reach, we borrow another medicine from the path. Gratitude not as a concept, but as a body event. Pick one object in reach. Let's say your pillow. Press your cheek into it and feel the give. Whisper, thank you. That's all. Or turn your wrist and feel your pulse. Whisper, thank you. Not as a moral performance. As a nervous system cue. We are in contact with life here and now. We are allowed to rest. Gratitude at the level of sensation puts a small brick in the house of enoughness. As we near rest, we'll wrap tonight in a simple sequence that knots together what we've practiced. Call it the 4 softeners. First, label the trap gently. Becoming, non-becoming, fog, praise, blame, comparison, perfection, noble urgency. Second, locate the body place it lives right now. Throat, chest, belly, jaw, eyes, hands. Third, soften that place with one slow exhale and a micro adjustment. Unclench the jaw, roll the shoulders, loosen the belly, blink slowly, spread the fingers and release. Fourth, choose one glow act under 2 minutes. Water, window, breath, tidy, note, step outside, mudita blessing. Then stop. You have already shifted the weather. The urge may still exist, but it is no longer driving your car with both hands. Let's ground this sequence in a bedtime scene. You feel tugged to sprint through messages. For softeners, label, noble urgency, locate, eyes and temples tight, soften, rub palms, place them warm over your eyes, exhale for 6, glow. Write yourself a note for morning, 2 replies first thing. Then place the device under the edge of a folded shirt like you're tucking in a child. Lie back and let your breath lengthen. The night receives you with a little more ease. Before we close, let's practice sympathetic joy once more, but wide. Bring to mind 3 people you will never meet enjoying their lives somewhere on this planet right now. A baker laughing with a friend over bread, a child running under sprinklers, a nurse taking off her shoes after a long shift. Whisper, may you enjoy, may you be safe, may your joy ripple. Then include yourself not as an afterthought, as an equal participant. May I enjoy, may I be safe, may my quiet joys ripple. Craving shrinks when joy is not a scarce currency. You have done enough for tonight. You do not need to collect more concepts. Your body learned through touch, breath, imagery, tiny decisions. That is how we change. Not by dragging the mind into tighter knots, but by letting kindness and clarity turn small handles all day until the door opens easily. Let a soft blessing rest on your brow. May the moving horizon pause long enough for you to sit under the tree you already planted. May the tunnels you choose be brief and sweet, and may your paths into clear air be well worn. May the winds of praise and blame leave your roots deeper. May you taste sparks and cultivate glow. May your pond stay clear enough to see your own face and the bright fish rise. For a final minute, do nothing. Let your breath be ordinary. Feel the surface you're on. If sleep wants to arrive, leave the door cracked. If wakefulness stays, cradle it like a guest who will leave when ready. You do not have to become anyone between now and morning. You are allowed to be, and being is already enough. Settle like mist returning to a quiet field. Let the muscles along the back of your neck soften as if unbuttoning a tight collar. If you have a blanket nearby, pull it up until your collarbones feel gently held. Notice the breath choosing you without effort. You are not late. The room has been waiting patiently. The chair or bed knows your shape. If it feels right, take one sip of water and feel the cool ribbon travel down. A small kindness arriving inside. Tonight we lean into the third inner power, letting go. Not as a harsh command, not as a moral rule, but as a natural release that follows seeing clearly and meeting what you see with compassion. Think of a bird perched on a branch. When the moment is right, the bird does not argue its way into the air. It simply stops gripping. The feet open. Gravity and wing work together. Letting go is like that. The hand that has been clenching a little too long simply opens. Not because the object is evil, but because the hand wants to feel alive again. You already know the difference in your body between holding and clutching. Hold your hands in loose fists for a moment. Notice the subtle effort under the skin. Now slowly unfurl the fingers and rest your palms open, facing the ceiling. Feel how the forearms soften on their own. That is the gesture of this part. We are not trying to pry your fingers apart. We are inviting your hands to remember what they knew before they started grasping. Desire becomes suffering when it gets braided with control. I must have this or I cannot be at ease. The object can be simple, a taste, a message, a number, a plan. Or it can be grand, a role, a persona, a dream. The common thread is the small knot of belief that your okayness lives outside you and must be captured and defended. Letting go is the act of untying that not one breath at a time, so okayness can be found here. Now, with what is already available, you still get to enjoy things. You still get to pursue goals. But you stop making your breath contingent on their obedience. Let's begin with a body practice that teaches release without words. Lie back or sit as you are and imagine a soft weight in the center of your chest, like a warm stone the size of your palm. Inhale and imagine that the stone slightly warms your ribs. Exhale and imagine its weight helping the ribcage drop by a millimeter. 5 breaths like this. The mind will want to fix something. Let the body teach instead. Warmth on inhale, weight on exhale. After the 5th exhale, gently roll your shoulders forward and down as if setting a bag on the floor. No story, just the movement of setting down. A short story from the old path belongs here, retold in quiet language. 2 monks approached a river and found a woman hesitating at the bank, unable to cross. One monk, despite a vow not to touch, lifted her and carried her across, setting her down on the far side. Hours later, the second monk spoke, conflicted. How could you carry her? The first monk answered, I set her down at the river. Why are you still carrying her? We carry so many things past the river. An offhand remark, a number on a scale, a photo on a screen, a missed invitation, a dream that didn't happen on our timeline. Letting go does not erase the past or deny impact. It sets the object down where it belongs so your hands can be free for what is here. Try this right now with a small thing you have been carrying today. Choose one moment. Name it once in plain words, not as a drama. The meeting where you felt unseen. The comment you keep rewriting in your head. The snack you wish you hadn't eaten. The message you haven't answered. Place both hands facing down on your thighs. Inhale gently. On the exhale, slide your palms forward an inch as if placing that moment on the table in front of you. Whisper, putting it down. If the mind argues, you can answer kindly, I can pick it up later if needed. For now, I'm resting my hands. Feel the small relief that arrives when you permit your muscles to stop guarding the thing. There is a modern parable that pairs well with this practice. Imagine your mind's inbox with a few sticky threads pinned at the top. Each pin hums like a tiny alarm. You don't have to resolve every thread tonight. You can unpin one. Unpinning doesn't delete. It changes your relationship to urgency. If the item deserves care, schedule one small step for a specific hour tomorrow. Then mark it for tomorrow you. This is not procrastination. It is trust. Trust that rest improves decisions. Trust that your worth is not measured by how many pins you carry to bed. Letting go often shows up as a reframe in language. Notice the old phrases that tighten your body. I have to. I can't rest until. I'll be okay when. Try softer phrases that loosen the knot. I choose to. I can rest while. I am okay now and I still care. Whisper one of these and feel what happens under your sternum. Often the breath drops lower. The ribcage creates space for your heart. Language is not just thought. It is a physical tool. At the heart of letting go is a delicate clarity about what belongs to you and what does not. Your effort belongs to you. Your honesty belongs to you. Your care belongs to you. Outcomes, other people's reactions, the weather of praise and blame, those do not belong to you. This isn't a spiritual loophole to avoid responsibility. It's a boundary that saves your nervous system. When you keep trying to hold what isn't yours, craving has to tighten, because the world refuses to be gripped. When you return to what is yours, energy that was used for clenching is freed for warmth and wise action. Bring to mind a recent conversation where you wanted someone to respond in a very specific way. Feel the craving in the body, the lean forward, the heat, the tightening. Place one hand on your chest, one on your belly. Whisper, what is mine is to say my truth kindly. What is not mine is how they digest it. Breathe once longer on the exhale. Imagine placing their part of the conversation in the center of the room like a candle you do not need to hold. Your part remains in your hands. Tone, timing, clarity, kindness. The candle gives light whether or not you clutch it. A micro-practice emerges from this two-hands dialogue. When you're about to speak or hit send, feel both hands. One hand represents what is yours to do. Speak truth, ask a question, set a boundary, offer care. The other hand represents what is not yours, convincing, controlling, extracting a guarantee. Feel the weight of each. Then let the second hand rest in your lap. Speak from the first. After, check your hands again. If you find yourself grabbing with the second hand, loosen the fingers and return it to your lap. Repeat as needed. It looks simple. Practice it for a week and watch how much quieter your chest becomes. Letting go doesn't mean becoming passive. It is choosing a cleaner relationship with desire. You can like what you like. You can want what you want. We are just removing the clause that says or else. I want connection and I'm okay now. I want more steadiness with sugar and I'm okay now. I want to finish this project and I'm okay now. This is not a trick. It is a recentering. Being okay now does not kill motivation. It removes panic from the driver's seat. Panic makes poor plans. Okayness makes plans that include your whole life. We can practice release with objects to teach the body what it feels like. Look around for one small item you can safely set down or put away. An empty cup, a pen, a sock, a stray receipt. Pick it up with care. Inhale. On the exhale, set it in its place and notice the sound it makes. That tiny click is a bell of enoughness. The nervous system learns through repetition that ending is safe. One item returned to its home sends a signal to the part of you that believes only more will calm you. Says, completion is possible. You get to keep the cup. You do not need to keep the discomfort of half-finishedness. Digital life offers a daily dojo for letting go. Consider the scroll that stretches into the horizon. Try the palm turn practice. When you feel yourself pull down the endless feed, rotate one palm upward in your lap as a signal to the nervous system. Opening hand. Then perform 3 attentive swipes or 1 measured minute. After the 3rd swipe or the minute, palm turns to rest face down on your thigh. Device goes face down. You breathe once longer. You have not renounced technology. You have taught your hand to open and close on purpose. Letting go also means releasing the fantasy of a different past. This is tender territory. We don't pretend the past didn't matter. We simply stop picking at the wound with "if only." If only I had seen it earlier. If only they had acted differently. If only I had chosen that door. The mind believes this will produce safety. It rarely does. Try a ritual I call river letter. If it feels okay, close your eyes and bring one sentence of "if only" into view. Then, in your mind, write that sentence on a leaf. Picture yourself at the bank of a slow river. Place the leaf on the surface. Watch it drift. You can whisper, "I acknowledge you. I am living this life here and now. I will take care of the person I am today." This takes less than a minute. The body often exhales without being asked. Sometimes letting go is easiest when we give the mind something to do with its hands. Create a wish shelf, physical or digital, where you place objects you're tempted to acquire. When a spark of wanting arrives, you put the item on the shelf for 3 days. In those 3 days, we practice glow. We do one act that nourishes. Cook something simple, make the bed, take a small walk, call a friend, write a note, read a page aloud. After 3 days, if the wish still feels like glow more than spark and your body feels open rather than tight around it, you can choose it from a steadier place. Often you'll discover that satisfying a deeper need dissolves the surface grab. The body has its own melt sequence for release. We can coax it gently. Try this now if it feels right. Soften your gaze or close your eyes. Inhale through the nose for 4. Exhale through the mouth like fogging a window for 6. Let the jaw unhook a fraction. Then invite a yawn, even a fake one, and let it open the back of the throat. Roll your shoulders forward and up, then melt them down as you exhale. Press your tongue gently against the roof of your mouth, then rest it behind your lower front teeth. Hum softly for the length of one exhale. Feel the vibration badge your chest with calm. This is not magic. It's mechanics. The body learns what letting go feels like and will show the mind how to follow. There is a friendly danger we touched earlier, the craving to be the person who has let everything go. That too is grasping. You can let go of letting go. The practice is humble. We set down one thing, not all things. We release one story, not the story of having stories. We put one stone down by the path and keep walking. Perfection is a trick mirror. It shows a self that doesn't exist and asks you to chase it. You can smile at the mirror and keep your feet on the ground. Everyday life gives us hundreds of opportunities for small releases. The cupboard door that catches because something is jammed. You open, you remove one dish, you set it where it belongs, and the door closes with that satisfying sound. The line that moves slower than you wish. You loosen your jaw, you look around. You notice an elderly hand gripping a cane and you place your attention there for a breath. Someone else's life, real as yours. The colleague who forgets. You feel the tug to educate harshly. You breathe and choose clarity without venom. You haven't given up standards. You've given up the extra barbs that make both of you bleed. Let's speak to the kitchen again, because kitchens teach Dharma every night. You finish eating and craving offers the reflex of one more spoonful while standing. If you want the taste, serve a small portion on a plate, sit, breathe once and taste. If you are chasing a tone that has already passed, acknowledge that and close the meal with a ritual. Rinse your spoon, place it gently to dry, take a sip of water, and whisper, "This is complete." The ritual is not about control. It is about honoring the curve of satisfaction so you can find it again tomorrow. In relationships, letting go often means releasing the script that says exactly how love should look in this moment. You are allowed to ask for what you want, and you are also allowed to receive something imperfect without turning it into evidence that you are unloved. The gesture of release here can be as simple as loosening your shoulders when the hug is shorter than hoped, or as simple as saying thank you before offering a gentle adjustment. If it feels right, place a hand over your heart now and whisper, "I allow love to arrive in imperfect containers. I will still ask for what helps me feel safe." Both can be true. At work, letting go can be the pause that prevents noble urgency from stealing your tomorrow. When the thought appears, just one more email, then I'll sleep, answer with the lamp test we learned. Will this brighten or dim tomorrow's lamp of kindness? If dim, put the email in tomorrow's bright pile. Then close the laptop and perform one closing ritual. Wipe the desk with a small cloth, or stack 2 papers straight, or lay tomorrow's pen diagonally across your notebook like a friend keeping your place. Tell your body, we are done for now. The nervous system sleeps better when it believes the day has an edge. Identity loosening continues here. The one who always follows through can become the one who follows through and also rests. The one who always hosts can become the one who sometimes receives. The one who is always informed can become the one who sometimes enjoys not knowing. When you soften identity, letting go is less like a cliff and more like a gentle slope. You are not betraying yourself. You are allowing yourself to be a person. We can end tonight with an integration ritual that folds release into the fabric of evening. If it feels good, lie back or recline. Place a small object, a coin, a pebble, a button, in your palm. Close your fingers around it and squeeze gently. Feel the little effort. Name one thing you intend to set down until morning. Worry about the meeting, the loop about that message, the plan to fix everything at once. Now open your hand slowly and let the object rest in your palm. Whisper, "I set you down for the night." Place the object on your bedside table or windowsill. Touch it once with the back of a finger as if you are tucking a child into bed. If your mind reaches for the worry, picture the object sleeping. Morning you can wake it if needed. Night you is allowed to rest. Before sleep, a final blessing, light as the smallest feather on your chest. May your hands remember the pleasure of opening. May the things you set down stay set down until their true time returns. May you feel the difference between spark and glow and choose glow when you can. May your kindness to the present dissolve the panic that pushes you toward a moving horizon. May you be free to enjoy what you have and brave enough to release what keeps you clenched. May your breath keep teaching you the way birds know when to lift. For the last minute, do less than little. Let your eyes soften or close. Inhale and imagine the river of your day moving past. Exhale and imagine yourself on the bank, palms open, watching without needing to own the water. If sleep wants you, it will find you. If wakefulness remains, rest your head in the lap of your breath. The night is spacious enough to hold you without any extra effort. You have practiced well, and that is enough. Come back in, dear friend. Let the room embrace you with its ordinary kindness. Notice the gentle press of fabric against your skin, the exact temperature of the air on your cheeks, the way the breath moves in you without being told. If you like, draw the blanket higher until your collarbones feel covered, as if you've tucked a letter of permission there. Take one slow sip of water and feel the cool thread slip down. Nothing to chase. We're just here, together, listening for the quiet instructions your body already knows. Tonight we turn toward joyful simplicity and the medicine of generosity. Not forced minimalism, not rules that make you small, but the kind of simple that makes room for breath. Not grand gestures of giving that leave you empty, but small offerings that remind your nervous system it lives in a world of flow. Craving tightens around mine and not yet. Generosity loosens the fist. Savoring, practiced well, lets you take in sweetness without hoarding it. Simplicity, practiced kindly, gently reduces the number of hooks in the day so you do not live like Velcro to every shiny thing. Let us begin with a body practice of savoring that is so ordinary you could miss its power. Rest your hands easily. Choose one sense at a time. Sight. Let your eyes rest on a single nearby object. A cup, a plant, a fold of blanket, and trace its edges slowly. See where light pools and where shadow gathers. Name one detail in a whisper. The glaze is speckled. Touch. Rub the pad of your thumb across your fingertips and feel the ridges, the tiny valley lines. Temperature. Notice the air at the tip of your nose. Cooler in, warmer out. Sound. Pick the faintest sound and follow it for 2 breaths. Taste. If there's the ghost of a flavor in your mouth, name it, even if it's just clean. This is savoring as a nervous system skill. You are not grabbing at pleasure. You are allowing it to register so the body stops begging for more because enough never landed. Craving grows when appreciation is starved. When you savor, you feed the part of you that says, I notice, I belong, I can be satisfied. No sermon needed, only attention with warmth. As you practice, the impulse to pile on one more bite, one more scroll, one more purchase softens, not through force, but because the cup inside is actually being filled. Let's walk into an everyday scene together. The store, the cart, the aisle that sings. Colors bright as candy. Promises that glint. Before you reach, pause the cart and place both hands on the handle. Breathe once to the count of 4 in, 6 out. Ask the 2 questions we are learning to keep close. Is this spark or glow? What flavor am I truly seeking? Spark is the flash. Glow is the warmth that lasts. Flavor can be sweet, salty, crunchy, creamy, warm, cool, comforting, exciting. Often we reach for a story when a flavor or a feeling would do. If you still choose the item, let it be chosen. Put it in the cart with a tiny smile and permission to savor rather than to chase. Naming the choice brings air into the moment. Air disarms compulsion. There's a Zen story you may know, softened for our evening. A teacher poured tea for a guest and kept pouring after the cup was full. Tea spilled over the saucer and onto the table. The guest protested. The teacher said, like this cup, you are full of your own opinions. How can I show you anything? Tonight, hear it this way. When your cup is already full of noise, images, comparisons, plans, no new sweetness can actually be tasted. Simplicity isn't a virtue badge. It's an emptying so that what you do take in can be felt. Sometimes letting go of 10 small inputs allows 1 cup of tea to be the feast your body was looking for. Now, generosity. In the old language, Dana, giving is the first perfection. Not because giving makes you a hero, but because it unhooks the heart from grasping. You can begin as small as a drop seed. Give a kind look. Give a patient breath at a door. Give the benefit of the doubt. Give a short message of appreciation without expecting one back. Give yourself 5 extra minutes to eat sitting down. Generosity is not only money or things. It is also attention, gentleness, time, space, and restraint. Try this micro-practice called one small gift. Before the day ends or before the next thing you do, offer one gift that costs nearly nothing. Wipe the sink so the next person meets gleam. Put a glass of water by someone's seat. Hold the elevator. Send 3 words, thinking of you, to a friend who crosses your mind. Then notice the aftertaste. Often it's a quiet warmth in the chest and a slight unclenching in the jaw. Craving says, I am empty, fill me. Generosity says, I can flow, and flowing fills me in a different way. A gentle upgrade for the home. 1 in, 1 out, but as kindness, not control. When something new arrives, a shirt, a gadget, a book, let something else leave your life as a thank you to space. Perhaps you place it in a small box by the door marked for circulation. Once a week, The box goes out into the stream of others' lives, donation, giveaway shelf, a friend who would glow with it. You are not shrinking your world. You are keeping the pond clear. Things can love more than one person in a lifetime. Online, generosity can be a boundary that heals. The feed can turn you into a collector of sparks. Try this digital vow for 1 week. For every 10 scrolls, leave one genuine kindness for a real human. Not a performance, not advice. A simple appreciation of a detail that shows you were present. Your work brightened my morning. The way you wrote that line felt true. Thank you for sharing the photo of your grandmother's hands. Then close the app on purpose, even for 30 breaths. You will feel the change. Consuming alone keeps the hungry ghost awake. Consuming plus offering lets the ghost nap. Money sits close to craving, and we should talk to it without superstition. Many of us carry a body memory of scarcity, whether or not the numbers today match that old story. Craving leverages that fear. If I do not get this now, I will be left out, unsafe, behind. Simplicity and generosity work together here. Create a tiny kindness fund, $5, a small bill in your wallet, a digital envelope whose only purpose is to be given away in tiny ways. A coffee for the person after you once a month. A tip when you can. A quiet donation to a cause your heart knows is needed. Do not track it like a scorecard. Track it like a garden. A place you go to remember abundance is not only in owning, it's in flowing. Paradoxically, this often calms spending cravings. Your body learns that the world is not only a marketplace. It is also a neighborhood. Self-talk lends its voice here. Old script. I must collect now or I will miss my chance. New script. I will choose what glows and I am safe to wait. Old script. If I give, there will not be enough left for me. New script. I can give small and still tend myself. Old script. Simplicity will make life dull. New script. Savoring makes small things bright. Feel what those lines do in your shoulders and belly. Simple sentences, real effects. Let's place a scene in your calendar, because calendars can be hungry or kind. Think of your time as a garden. Each commitment is a plant. Some are perennials that feed you all year, sleep, movement, food with attention, connection. Some are bright annuals, projects, trips, focus sprints. Some are weeds, obligations without heart that crowd the soil. You do not need to torch the garden. You need to pull one weed this week and water one perennial. Pull one weed. Say a kind no, reduce a meeting, move a thing off your plate. Water one perennial. Schedule an early night, a walk, a real meal, time for a friend. Simplicity at the level of time reduces the background buzz that makes you reach for sparks. FOMO, fear of missing out, often runs the back end of craving. FOMO believes that life is a buffet and you must fill your plate or fail. But a good host always returns with more trays. Try a tiny reframe. JOMO, joy of missing out. Sounds cute, but let's make it embodied. Joy of choosing one thing deeply. The next time you decline, add a physical gesture of yes to what you are choosing. Light a candle when you stay in. Put your phone in a bowl and cover it with a scarf. Sit down to enjoy what you chose and name it once. This book, this bath, this sleep. Choosing on purpose turns missing out into arriving. A small kitchen ritual to support savoring. Call it plate and seat. If you want a treat, place it on a plate. Sit down. Look at it for one breath. Then taste. This is not a rule against standing snacks. It's a way to let the treat be a treat. Even 3 bites can satisfy when the body receives them like a guest instead of a theft at the counter. If you stand and eat, no shame. Just notice the aftertaste and try again next time. Let's bring a gentle story from the Buddha's life. Softened so it feels like a film playing quietly in your room. After his awakening, It said his alms bowl floated upstream against the current. People took it as a sign. Hear it this way tonight. Sometimes when you stop pushing and let go of grasping, life still carries what matters to you toward you. Not because you willed it, but because you are finally aligned with a simpler flow. You still walk, you still act, but the frantic swim eases. Your bowl does not need every coin. It needs enough rice to feed the day. Now a practice we'll call give and ground. When a pang of craving bites by, grab, scroll, hoard. Offer a tiny gift first and then feel the ground. Gift, message of appreciation. Holding a door, adding $1 to a tip, placing fruit in a bowl for others, straightening a shared space. Ground, feel your feet or back, long exhale. After the gift and ground, decide. Often the pang has transformed or shrunk. If it remains, you may choose it more cleanly. Identity threads through all this. Many of us carry the identity of consumer so deeply we believe our days are measured by what we can acquire: information, objects, experiences. Tonight, loosen that identity and let another one breathe. Appreciator, mender, maker, neighbor. Consumer asks, what can I get? Appreciator asks, how can I notice? Mender asks, what small repair can I offer? Maker asks, what tiny thing can I create or tend? Neighbor asks, who around me is also human right now? The shift is subtle and liberating. It doesn't forbid purchasing or pleasure. It simply widens your role so you are not only a mouth, but also eyes, hands, and heart. Here is a small maker ritual even if you don't think of yourself as creative. Take 5 minutes to make a very simple thing with your hands once this week. Slice fruit and arrange it kindly. Write one sentence in your own handwriting and tape it near your desk. Sweep a small area with attention to the edges. Fold a shirt so it sits like a quiet square. The point is not the product. It is the felt sense of I can shape my world a little. Makers reach for sparks less often because their glow cup is fuller. If you keep photos, try a practice called one less. The next time you're about to snap 10, take 9. Before you shoot, actually look, then click. After, put the device down and let your eyes finish the moment with your body. The memory will be different, a little deeper. The nervous system learns that presence can be savored without repeating or collecting to prove it happened. We'll return to breath for a moment, because simplicity in the room often follows simplicity in the body. Try the clearing sequence. Inhale for 4, exhale for 6. On the next inhale, silently say, take in what nourishes. On the exhale, silently say, release what is extra. Do 3 rounds. If a yawn comes, let it. If the shoulders want to roll, let them. You are modeling with breath what you're learning in life. Receive, release, neither hoard nor starve. Let's talk about closets and desks because they shape craving in sneaky ways. Mess invites grasping through overwhelm. Austerity invites grasping through deprivation. Aim for kind order. 5 minutes a day, choose one small square to bring into gentle clarity. A single drawer, the top of a nightstand, a corner of a desk. Remove what is obviously trash. Wipe once. Place 3 things you use daily so they are easy to reach. Add one small beauty. A leaf, a photo, a smooth stone. Stop. The goal is not the showroom. The goal is edges your eyes can rest on. Restful edges lower the background buzz that sends you to your feeds. Parable to tuck in your pocket. A villager asked a wandering teacher, how much should I own? The teacher pointed at a bird building its nest. Enough to be held. Not so much that flying becomes impossible. Each of us has a different enough, and it changes across seasons. The practice is to ask in your body, does this help me fly? If yes, keep. If not, let it circulate. Circulation is generosity in motion. We'll design an integration for the next 24 hours that braids these threads lightly. 3 G's: gaze, gratitude, give. Morning. Gaze at one ordinary object for 10 seconds before the day rushes in. Name one detail. Midday. Gratitude at the level of body. Press your fingers into warm dishwater. Feel the sun on your forearm. Breathe the smell of citrus. Say thank you without fanfare. Evening. Give one small gift before your digital sunset. A note, a tidy corner, a glass of water for morning you, a kind comment. Then set a simple digital boundary. Device on a shelf or face down under a book for the last 30 minutes before sleep. Not punishment. Space. If resistance rises. But I like my sparks. But I don't want to give up my comforts. Bless that voice. You are not becoming austere. You are becoming exquisite in your tasting. Sparks still have a place. Gifts still include you. Comfort is wiser when it is chosen rather than chased. We can tie this to the 3 frictions we keep revisiting: wanting, pushing away, confusion, and see how generosity and simplicity soothe each. Wanting softens when savor lands. Pushing away softens when you offer yourself and others small mercies. Confusion thins when you reduce inputs and make loving choices in a room with fewer hooks. Simplicity is not smaller life. It is clearer life. Before we wind down, step with me into a brief cinematic night scene. The house is darker now. You move through rooms like water. In the kitchen, you place a bowl on the counter with a piece of fruit and a note to morning you, for you. In the living room, you smooth the blanket once so the couch looks like a place where rest is welcome. At your desk, you lay a pen across your notebook like a bridge to tomorrow. You walk to your sleeping area and put your device in its small bed. A basket, a shelf, a turned-down scarf. You touch the top of its head lightly as if saying, "Good night." These gestures are not performance. They are how you become the kind of person your nervous system relaxes around. If grief touches you as you practice, grief for years of chasing, for money spent, for moments missed, place a hand on your heart. You might whisper, "I forgive what I didn't know. I am learning to savor. I can begin now." Then exhale long. Grief is a kind of generosity too. It waters the ground where new choices grow. Let a blessing wrap around you like a shawl. May simplicity make room for your breath and your laughter. May generosity unhook the fist of scarcity and teach your hands to open with pleasure. May you taste fully what you already have so your wants can become clean and kind. May your rooms grow restful edges and your days feel more like a clear pond than a storm of sparks. May your giving be small and true, and may it multiply warmth in places you will never see. For our last minute, lie back or settle deeper. Feel the fabric under your palms. Inhale, gather the sweetness available right here. A blanket, a sip, a quiet room, a body that keeps showing up. Exhale, let the extra slip away, like a scarf sliding from your shoulders onto a chair. If sleep comes, let it find you open-handed. If wakefulness lingers, rest anyway. The night is enough. You are learning to be satisfied in ways that last. Let the room gather around you the way evening gathers around a quiet lake. Feel the surface beneath you receive your weight. If you have a blanket, tuck it so the edges touch your collarbones like a soft hello. Take a slow breath in through the nose, and let a longer breath leave through the mouth, as if you were fogging a small window in winter. Nothing to prove here, nothing to perform. Tonight we turn our lamp toward identity, how the stories of who you are can grip desire like a fist, and how loosening those stories can free your hands to hold life more gently. Craving has many roots, and one of the deepest is attachment to identity. Not only the obvious labels, job titles, roles in a family, but also the subtle badges we wear on the inside. I'm the reliable one, the strong one, the fixer, the funny one, the one who never needs, the one who always says yes, the healthy eater, the late-night scroller, the person who can't resist sweets. These identities aren't villains. They started as survival strategies, ways of belonging and staying safe. But when a useful costume hardens into skin, we forget we can ever undress. Then craving arrives to defend the costume. More praise to keep the mask on. More control so the role doesn't slip. More sugar to quiet the pressure of being the strong one again. Tonight we practice something bold and tender, lightening the fit. Let's begin with your body, because identities announce themselves as tensions. Bring your attention across the front of your chest and the back of your neck. Notice where effort lives. Identities hold the shoulders like coat hangers. On your next exhale, very slightly round the upper back and let the shoulder heads roll forward and down, like setting a heavy jacket on a chair. Whisper, I can be a person, not just a role. Feel how the ribs respond when you say that, even if only by a hair's breadth. This isn't therapy. It's intimacy with how stories feel in muscle and bone. We'll borrow a simple phrase from old practice and translate it into soft, secular words. Not owned, not permanent, not all of me. When a strong identity flares, when you feel the tug to be the fixer, the pleaser, the achiever, offer these 3 lines in your own voice. Not owned. This role does not own me. Not permanent. This way of being changes. Not all of me. More is here than this one story. Speak it like you would speak to a friend who forgot they have options. Often the breath drops lower when you do. The body recognizes space. Try it with something small. Bring to mind a role that has been tight today. Maybe work you that never stops, or parent you who must hold it all, or health you who must get it right. Notice what craving couples with that role. Another hour, another task, another clean food rule, another I've got it even when you don't. Now whisper, not owned, not permanent, not all of me. Then, as if proving it gently to your nervous system, do one tiny thing the role wouldn't do. Put a 3-sentence cap on the email, ask for a hand carrying the laundry, add a slice of buttered toast to the perfect salad. Say, I'll check and get back to you, instead of, yes, right now. The sky will not fall. The identity loosens by a notch. Craving loses a tooth. A story, soft and old as river stones. One evening under the trees, a seeker begged a teacher, please show me the true self. The teacher pointed to the moon, a disk like milk floating over dark branches. The seeker stared at the finger and nodded. I see. The teacher smiled gently, you're looking at the finger. The moon is the seeing itself. In our language tonight, the roles and stories are the finger. Necessary at times, helpful for pointing, but your awake capacity. This bare, warm noticing that feels your breath and hears my words. That's the moon. Craving clutches at fingers. Practice turns your face back to the moon. Identity is sticky because it promises safety. If I'm the strong one, I won't be abandoned. If I'm the competent one, I won't be shamed. If I'm the fun one, I won't be ignored. If I'm the health-perfect one, I won't be vulnerable. This is tender, and we meet it with mercy. Place a hand on your heart if it feels okay. Whisper, thank you for keeping me safe. I'm gonna try softer safety. Then breathe a little longer out than in. Softer safety looks like honest boundaries, shared burdens, imperfect food enjoyed seated, rest that doesn't need a receipt. When softer safety grows, craving stops shouting because the body believes it isn't alone. Let's give you a tactile practice, the name tag ritual. Imagine you wear a peel-off tag for each strong role. Hello, I am teacher. Hello, I am caregiver. Hello, I am high performer. Hello, I am keep it together. Hello, I am perfect eater. Hello, I am always available. At your front door or the side of your bed, place a small hook or a smooth stone. When you cross that threshold at day's end, Pause for one breath and mime peeling off one tag. Press the imaginary paper between thumb and finger. Lift from your chest. Stick it to the hook or lay it on the stone. Whisper the roll's name and say, "I will wear you when you serve love. For now, rest." Then physically roll your shoulders and turn your head left and right like loosening a collar. This takes seconds. Your body understands symbols. It will exhale. We'll weave an everyday scene, the kitchen at 9 p.m. The fixer identity is buzzing. Dishes, lunches, messages, unsolved puzzles. A craving for sweet or screen surges as a reward for being the fixer again. Name tag ritual. Peel the fixer. Place it. Not owned, not permanent, not all of me. Then ask the question that releases the jaw. What would a person, not a role, choose for 5 minutes? Maybe you step outside barefoot and look at the real moon. Maybe you sit and eat a slice of fruit on a plate, seated with a glass of water. Maybe you do nothing but breathe with your hand on your belly. Then, if you want, do one dish slowly and stop. Let the unfinishedness exist without nibbling a solution. The identity loosens. The craving quiets. You didn't win. You dwelled in a truer house for a few breaths. We can also play with grammar to soften identity's glue. When you catch yourself saying, "I am a procrastinator," shift to "procrastination is visiting." When you hear, "I am a sugar person," try, "A pull to sweetness is here." "I am anxious" becomes "anxiety is visiting." It's not denial, it's accuracy. Experiences pass through. You are the room, not the furniture. The more precisely you speak, the more possible change becomes because you stop making your habits into portraits. Consider the office or whatever your work looks like. You might hold the identity, "I'm the fast responder." That identity creates craving for pings, approval sugar. The antidote is not to become the slow responder, but to become the free responder. Try the two hands dialogue we learned applied to email. One hand, "What's mine?" Clarity, care, timely response within humane boundaries. Other hand, "What's not mine?" Instant availability, their opinion of my worth. Feel both hands. Place the second in your lap. Then use a simple boundary phrase. "I'll circle back by tomorrow afternoon." Watch craving for now ease as you offer your nervous system a clear container. Identities relax when they trust you to use containers instead of adrenaline. A small parable, modern and mundane. A woman bought a jacket that made her feel brave. She wore it to every meeting until courage became a property of the jacket in her mind. One day the jacket tore. She panicked, certain she had lost her power. A friend asked, "What did the jacket do that your breath cannot?" The woman wore a plain sweater to the next meeting and placed one hand low on her belly before speaking. Her voice was steady. Later, the friend smiled. The jacket was a teacher. His job is complete. Identity props are like that jacket. Useful, then optional. Craving quiets when props become tools rather than talismans you must cling to. Let's do a short meditation on cloud names. A way to hold identities lightly. Sit or lie as you are. Imagine a wide sky above you. In that sky, a cloud drifts by with the word reliable in gentle letters. You bow to it. Another cloud, funny. Another, productive. Another, caretaker. Another, messy. Another, healthy. Another, exhausted. Let them pass without grabbing. You are not erasing them, you're letting them be weather. Then imagine a larger cloud with no word, just space and light. Rest your attention there for 3 breaths. In the space, names are allowed to come and go. You belong to space more than to any single cloud. Craving loves to whisper, maintain the brand. It shows up on social feeds and in family gatherings. The brand is the curated you. Always up, always helpful, always in the know, always composed. Maintaining a brand is exhausting. It breeds cravings for relief you then have to hide to maintain the brand. Try the one messy line practice. Once a day, let one small human truth leak out into a safe container. You tell a friend, "I'm tired today." You put in a group chat, "Running late. See you soon." You post a photo that isn't smooth, light, shadow. You send an honest, "I don't know yet." These tiny truth leaks puncture the pressure suit. You breathe. The brand softens. The person feels safe to exist. Cravings born of hiding ease. Attachment shows up in a more intimate place too. The face you want others to reflect back. Maybe you crave being the wise one. Notice how you reach for teaching when listening would do. Maybe you crave being seen as fun. Notice how you say yes when your body says lie down. Maybe you crave being seen as kind. Notice how you swallow your no and then reach for numbing later to recover. We meet these with a practice of value first, costume later. Ask, what is the value underneath this costume? Wisdom under teaching, joy under fun, kindness under pleaser. Then choose a move that expresses the value without needing the costume. Wisdom, ask one good question and be quiet. Joy, do one dance step in your kitchen or hum while washing a cup. Kindness, say a clean no to preserve energy for a real yes tomorrow. Values feed glow. Costumes feed craving for confirmation. There's a teaching from the old texts that sings softly here. In the scene, only the seen. In the herd, only the heard. In our language, let this moment be itself without stamping it with your identity's rubber seal. Eating a strawberry can be eating a strawberry, not I, the healthy eater, am being good, or I, the rebel, am being bad. Answering a message can be answering a message, not I, the fast responder, must keep my streak. Sitting quietly can be sitting quietly, not I, the meditator, am succeeding now. When a moment is allowed to be itself, craving has fewer hooks. The strawberry is sweet. The message is sent. The sitting is restful. Enough. We can shape the room to help identity rest. Build a coat rack of roles, imaginary or physical. If physical, hang empty hooks near the door or by the bed. If imaginary, pick one corner of the room to house a little altar of air. Each evening, name 3 roles you wore and ceremonially hang them. Worker, you go here. Parent, here. Friend, here. Then speak one sentence to the person underneath. I'm proud of us for trying. May we rest as the unlabeled animal we are. If tears prick, that's welcome. Identities often kept you safe by staying busy. They relax when they are thanked. A daily integration that blends self-talk, body, and choice. The 3 whispers. Whisper 1 in the morning, before the world's scripts arrive. I am more spacious than any role I will play today. Whisper 2 at midday. I can pause and choose even in this costume. Whisper 3 at night. I set the costumes down. I am held as I am. If a whisper feels too much, reduce it to a single word. Spacious, choose, held, and touch your chest when you say it. The body memorizes. Let's walk into a stressful scene together. Traffic, deadlines, a child's needs braided with your own fatigue. The identity, the one who handles it, tightens. Craving for a quick relief flares. Do the 4 softeners here. Name it, handling it identity. Locate it, jaw, temples. Soften, exhale longer, release the tongue. Glow. Ask your kid to breathe with you for 3 counts, or turn the music down, or pull the car over for 60 seconds of stillness. Then add one identity-loosening sentence. I can handle some, and I can also ask for help. Voice it aloud if the room can hold it. Being a person is contagious. People around you often soften when you do. We should speak to the ache that sometimes rises as identities loosen. Who am I if I'm not the achiever, the helper, the warrior, the one with iron control? Place one hand on your belly. Try the sentence, I am the one who feels and chooses. That's it. Feeling and choosing are enough to be a human life. Add, if you like, I am the one who loves, not romance, care. The orientation of your attention when you look at a plant, a child, a friend, a sink waiting for water, your own tired face. Love is the broad sky every identity floats in. Craving shrinks when you remember the sky. Let's return to food for a moment, because identity grips there fiercely. The perfect eater identity creates cravings disguised as control. The rebel eater identity creates cravings disguised as freedom. Try the middle way sentence before meals. I will eat like a person who listens. Then follow two simple moves. Sit for the first bites, and let one pause arrive around 70%. In the pause, ask, is this hunger or costume? If hunger, more is kind. The costume, chasing a roll, stuffing a feeling. Add water and 3 breaths, then decide. This is not diet logic. This is sovereignty, your body and values choosing together. Identity shows up online in the scroll of other people's labels too. You see morning person, growth hacker, gentle parent, traveler, minimalist, biohacker, artist, entrepreneur, monk. Each can spark a craving to match or reject. Try the mudra of neutrality when you scroll. One palm up, open, one palm down, grounded, resting on your thighs. As you read a label, feel both palms and say, good for them and I will meet my life. Then look up from the screen at one real object and name a detail. Bring yourself back from the hologram to the room. Your life is where you can actually soften craving. A soft parable about attachment and release. A child gathered seashells, clutching them so tightly their palms hurt. A grandparent placed a small pail in the child's hands. You can carry more without hurting if you let the bucket hold them. The child relaxed, and the shells made a gentle clatter. Identities are like shells. When you clutch, your hands ache and you can't pick up dinner or hold someone's hand. When you place them in a bucket, these are roles I use. Your hands are free. You can even put the bucket down to eat or to sleep. Let's craft a tiny daytime experiment. The roll card. Pick one role you play often. On a small paper or in your notes. Write, roll, underscore, what it serves. Underscore, what it costs when clutched. Underscore, what softens it. Fill it in quickly. For caregiver, you might write, serves love, costs resentment and late-night numbing, softens with asking and boundaries. For performer, serves connection, costs exhaustion, softens with honest rests and plain speech. Keep the card near. When craving arises attached to that role, touch the card, breathe, and choose one softening move. Your nervous system learns a new chord. As the day thins, will shape an evening wind down that frees you from role compulsion for the night. Sit on the edge of your bed or lie back. Place 3 objects within reach if possible. A coin or stone, weight, a small cloth or scarf, softness, a pen or pencil, choice. Touch the coin. I set down what I was carrying. Touch the cloth. I am gentle with who I am. Hold the pen. I will choose freshly tomorrow. Then draw a tiny dot on a scrap of paper. A period. Lay the pen across it like a horizon line. That dot is the end of today's sentence. You do not need a paragraph after the period. Your body will read the punctuation and lower its guard. Before we close, let a blessing find you where you are. May the names you wear become light enough to lift. May your hands remember they can open and still belong. May the roles that kept you safe bow to the person they were protecting. May you taste the relief of being seen from the inside out by you. May the moon of simple awareness keep rising above the forest of costumes, bright and quiet, so you can look up and remember what you are. For the last breaths, do less than a little. Inhale as if you are backing away from the mirror of identity by one step. Exhale as if you are sitting down in a chair that is already yours. If sleep comes, let it take you without your badges. If wakefulness lingers, rest anyway. You are the room. Identities are the furniture. Craving is the rearranging that never ends. Tonight, may you lie back on the wide floor of being and let the furniture be where it is for now. The room is spacious. You are enough. Let your body arrive the way dusk arrives, quietly without asking permission. Notice the weight of your head where it rests. Feel the soft architecture of your ribs lifting and settling. If you have a blanket, draw it a finger width higher so your collarbones feel gently covered. If there's water, take a small sip and feel the cool thread trace a path down. You do not need to be interesting here. You do not need to improve. You are allowed to be a creature who breathes. Tonight we'll turn toward a tender tangle that fuels craving more than we realize. The hunger for certainty and the rush to the future. Much of our reaching is not for things but for guarantees. That you will be okay, that the plan will work, that tomorrow will behave. The planning mind is brilliant. It keeps appointments and pays bills and remembers birthdays. But when it gets scared, it mistakes itself for a god. It tries to control what is not controllable and then reaches for sparks. Sugar, screens, shopping, arguments, to numb the helplessness that follows. We will not shame the planner. We will give it a better job, to serve your values at a human pace. Begin by feeling time in your body. Place one palm on your heart and one on your belly. Inhale and whisper now. Exhale and whisper here. 3 cycles. Notice that nothing dramatic needs to happen. Time doesn't demand grand gestures. It asks only for presence that can make a next wise choice. Craving for certainty is loud. Presence is steady. The more you practice now here, the less you need to lunge for a later that keeps moving. There's a simple practice I call calendar breathing. Open your calendar mentally, or if it's nearby, glance at it. Let your eyes rest on the next square of time that worries you, the meeting, the appointment, the errand strand tied to other people's needs. Feel the tug to leap forward and begin solving everything at once. Then breathe in and out slowly while you imagine the square widening by a centimeter and softening at the edges, as if the box were a pillow. Say softly, "I will meet you when I arrive." Now slide your attention back to the square you are in. Place one concrete kindness inside the square. A glass of water, a slow breath, a sentence you can write, a gentle boundary you can set. The planner relaxes when it sees you are not ignoring the future. You are simply meeting the present first, so you will have hands when the future becomes now. A small story to tuck in your pocket, a modern cousin to old teaching tales. A farmer's horse ran away. Neighbors said, "Terrible luck." The farmer shrugged, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned with 3 wild companions. The neighbors said, "Amazing luck." The farmer shrugged, "Maybe." The day after, the farmer's child tried to ride a wild horse, fell, and broke a leg. "Terrible luck." "Maybe," said the farmer. A week later, conscription officers came to the village and passed by the child because of the injury. "Amazing luck." "Maybe." We can hear it this way tonight. Outcomes are clouds moving across sky. Craving tries to nail them in place. Wisdom lets the weather be weather while you tend your garden. When you soften your grip on certainty, the craving for quick fixes eases. You can keep acting with care without demanding guarantees. Try a micro practice called maybe hands. When you notice your mind locking into a tight verdict, This is a disaster. This is perfect. This must happen or else. Turn your palms up for one breath and whisper, maybe. Then turn them down for one breath and whisper, I act with care. Up is humility, down is agency. Together, they let you move without the panic clause. You're not abandoning responsibility. You're releasing the fantasy that certainty is available at checkout if only you click hard enough. The rush to the future often wears a reasonable mask. Productivity. You may hear an internal chorus, if I can just get ahead, then I'll rest. But ahead is a mirage. There is only the step you are taking. Let's bring in a practice that trains your nervous system to trust small pace. A walking meditation for real life, not for a monastery corridor. Stand, if it's safe to do so, or imagine standing. Place weight into your feet. Feel heel, ball, toes. Take one slow step and silently say, here. Take another and say, now. Walk across the room or just in place 3 or 4 steps. If your mind runs ahead, gently call it back with your footprints. This is not mystical. It's mechanical. When your feet teach your chest that life happens one footprint at a time, the planner stops begging for sugar to fuel impossible sprints. We can pair this with a tiny practice for your hands when you're seated. The cup and bowl. Before you start a task, shape your hands like you're holding a cup. Fingers curved, palms facing each other. That's your attention gathering. When you finish, even if you only worked for 2 minutes, flatten your palms like a small bowl and rest them on your thighs. That's your attention setting down. 2 seconds. The signal is potent. Without endings, your nervous system stays braced, and braced systems crave spikes. With clear endings, you become easier to live inside. Let's step into an evening scene that tends to pull you into tomorrow. You're brushing your teeth, and your mind is holding 3 meetings. A bill, a conversation that might need courage. Notice the swell of planning and the urge to soothe it with a scroll in bed. Try the sink ritual. Rinse, then let the water run over your fingertips for 1 extra breath. Whisper, I will give tomorrow to my morning hands. Close the tap with the gentlest pressure that still works. That tiny care tells your body the day is complete enough. Then, if you still want to check something, choose one, set a 2-minute boundary, and complete it with the bowl hands rest. You are not policing yourself. You're ending your sentence with a period so sleep can find you. Craving for certainty loves to visit the middle of the night. You wake at 2:47. The clock glows like a small accusation, and the mind starts a slideshow. If this happens, here's a tender protocol that doesn't ask you to become a saint at 3 a.m. First, clock mercy. If the clock triggers you, cover it the moment you wake. Time will pass without your supervision. Second, body anchor. 1 palm on your belly, 1 on your chest. Inhale to 4, exhale to 6, 3 times. Third, thought shelf. Imagine a plain wooden shelf by the bed. Place 1 sentence per worry on the shelf like folded shirts. No paragraphs. Budget. Dad. Project. Appointment. Whisper, I'll meet you in daylight. If a sentence jumps back, place it again. If you need to, write the 1-word list with the smallest light you have and close the notebook. Fourth, kindness phrase. May my body rest even if my mind is awake. You don't need to sleep. You are allowed to rest. Rest itself softens craving. It refuels clarity for morning. A brief parable from the old scrolls softened for modern ears. A monk carried a heavy bucket of water up a hill each day. One morning, someone showed him how to balance the pole across his shoulders so the bucket hung on either side. The water was the same. The hill was the same. The posture changed everything. When your posture toward uncertainty changes, from gripping to balancing, you carry the same life with less suffering. The pole here is your 3 inner powers braided. Clear seeing, what belongs to me. Compassion, I'm on my own side. Letting go, I will not clutch what isn't mine. You will still climb hills, but your hands won't bleed from squeezing the handle. Craving also borrows the microphone of language in a sneaky way. Always and never. Always and never create instant urgency. I always fail here. They never understand. This will never end. I'll always be behind. Try a tiny language surgery. Replace always/never with often/rarely/right now. I often struggle with this at night. They rarely catch my meaning on the first try. Right now this feels endless. The body hears the difference. Urgency drops by a degree. That degree lets oxygen into the moment, and oxygen is how you choose differently. We can introduce a humble, powerful tool for the planning mind, the one next square list. Instead of a master plan, each night you write only the first square of tomorrow, the first 3 small actions that will genuinely move life. Not 15. 3. You place the list where morning you will see it, on the kettle, under your toothbrush, across your keyboard. Then you let the rest of the plan live in a someday drawer for daylight review. At night, long plans feed craving for control and the just one more impulse. Short plans feed safety. Morning you will expand or modify with a fresher brain. Night you deserves a chance to be an animal who sleeps. Another everyday application. The conversation you're rehearsing in your head with someone you love or someone you find hard. Rehearsal is the planner's favorite candy. Promises a perfect outcome. It rarely delivers. Try the porch practice. Sit or imagine sitting on a small porch just outside the house of your mind. Let the conversation rehearsal play inside the house with the windows open. You hear the words, but you don't walk in. Feel the air on your skin. Touch the railing. Listen to a real sound. Then tell yourself one sentence. When the moment comes, I will lead with one true sentence and my breath. That's enough. You can jot the one true sentence if it calms you. The rest will be co-authored with reality. The planner relaxes when you give it a job it can do. Preparing your opening, not an impossible one, controlling someone else's weather. Let's talk about money again, but through the lens of time hunger. Often we spend to buy a feeling of ease because our days are too packed to sense ease without a purchase. There is no shame in wanting comfort, but ask a gentler, subversive question before you click. What is the free version of the feeling I'm chasing? If the answer is space, try 5 minutes outside or 5 minutes of doing one thing with your phone in a different room. If the answer is beauty, clear a small square, place one leaf in a jar, and light a candle for 10 minutes. If the answer is belonging, send a voice note to a friend saying nothing fancy, just your voice with a hello. Sometimes the purchase will still make sense. Other times the craving fades because you gave the body the true vitamin. We can weave a practice called 3 doors to tame the urge to rush. Door of breath. 1 exhale longer than the inhale. Door of body. Adjust one small thing. Uncross ankles, drop shoulders, soften jaw. Door of view. Widen your gaze to include the edges of the room. When you feel the push of hurry that breeds grasping, walk through these doors in 10 seconds. Then act. You often discover the act you choose is simpler, kinder, and takes less fixing later. If you like walking, try the bowl walk as a daily reset. Hold an empty bowl or imagine one in your hands, waist high. Walk slowly from one end of a room to the other as if the bowl were filled to the brim with warm tea. Your feet adjust. Your shoulders soften. Your eyes find a quieter focus. After 3 lengths, place the bowl down with care. The body learns, I can move carefully without tightening. That lesson crosses over to emails, to parenting, to cooking, to decisions. Tightness is optional. Care is portable. Identity sneaks into certainty hunger. I'm the one who gets it right, so you crave the safety of the correct choice. I'm the one who never needs help, so you crave the certainty of self-sufficiency. Practice the bravery of a small I don't know once a day. Not as a performance, as a relief. I don't know yet. I'll check. I'm not sure. Can we think aloud together? I'm still learning. Feel your body when you say it. The first times may sting. Then you notice your breath becomes more honest. You stop needing sugar to recover from the effort of being flawless. We'll add a tender practice for when anxiety surges because plans changed. Call it handshake and seat. Anxiety arrives like a fast-talking visitor. You offer a handshake. Literally touch your own fingers together with a firm squeeze and release, twice. Then you seat the visitor, feel your buttocks, your thighs, your back. Name 3 contact points. Finally, you give the visitor a glass of water, drink, or imagine drinking. Say, "You're welcome to sit while I take the next step." Then take one small step in the changed plan. Craving will try to push you to fix everything right now to make the feeling stop. The handshake and seat lets the feeling exist without being your boss. A scene from the kitchen. Tea kettle sings, you pour, and your mind leaps to an unfinished document. You feel the tug to carry the cup and your panic into another room. Pause. Practice pour and place.
Pour the water.
Place the kettle back with a small intentional sound. Place the cup on a saucer. Place your hand to your chest and breathe once. Then walk. The 3 placements stitch a seam in time your nervous system can trust. Seamless hours fray. Stitched moments hold. Let's craft an integration ritual for mornings that helps the whole day unhook from certainty hunger. Call it the 2 beacons. Before messages or news, look at 2 beacons you set the night before. Your 1 next square list, 3 small actions, and 1 value word written on a sticky note. Kindness, clarity, steady, listen, pace. Touch the list. Touch the word. Whisper, "I will let these 2 lead." Then do 1 action in the direction of the list and 1 action that expresses the word. If the word is kindness, refill a water glass for someone. If it is pace, stand and stretch before opening the laptop. If it is listen, sit for 1 minute with your eyes closed and hear the room. Beacons reduce background panic. When panic subsides, craving has less leverage. As evening approaches, we can build a corresponding landing pattern. The 2 lanterns. Lantern 1 is gratitude in the body. Press your cheek into your pillow and whisper thank you. Feel the softness and the way the fabric gives. Lantern 2 is mercy in words. Say 1 line to yourself that ends the day without a verdict. Today was a real day. Or I did what I could with the light I had. Or enough for now. Then let the lanterns glow while you do your final small tasks. Light doesn't demand. It accompanies. Before we wind down, step with me into a simple cinematic corridor. You are walking with a candle cupped in your hands on a night with a friendly breeze. Ahead is your bed, or your favorite chair, or the window where stars sometimes appear. The candle is your attention. The breeze is the world. Your job is not to yell at the wind or clutch the flame so tightly it snuffs. Your job is to walk at a human pace. Shield the light with your palm when needed, and enjoy the glow on your own fingers. That is what we're practicing here. Pace over panic. Glow over sparks. Candles were always carried slowly. If grief or regret visits as you hear this, the times you hurried and dropped what mattered. Place a palm on your sternum and 1 on your belly. Whisper, "I forgive the rushing animal I was. I will teach us to walk." Then exhale for 6 and feel the ribs settle. Forgiveness is not a pass. It's a release from a posture that never worked. What works is small, repeated kindness shaped into the structure of your day. Let a closing blessing rest on your shoulders like a shawl warmed by a heater. May your planning mind learn to be a lantern, not a siren. May the square you're standing in feel wide enough for 1 honest breath and 1 kind choice. May your hands remember how to close the day with a gentle period. May your nights be places of rest even when wakefulness visits. May your mornings meet you with a simple list and a word that feels like a friend. May maybe become a doorway to peace, and may care become the way you walk. For the last minute, do almost nothing. Let your eyes soften. Inhale as if you are gathering yourself from all the places you ran ahead today. Exhale as if you are setting yourself down in a chair already waiting. If sleep comes, let it take you without papers to sign. If wakefulness lingers, place your sentences on the shelf and rest anyway. The future can arrive without your clutching. You can arrive in the future more fully when you rest now. The river keeps moving. Tonight, you sit on the bank, hand around a candle, learning the pace that keeps the flame alive. Let yourself arrive like a letter sliding gently through a mail slot. Nothing forced, simply here. Notice the line where your body touches support. If you have a blanket, pull it up so it rests against the hollow at the base of your throat. Feel the subtle warmth where cloth meets skin. Take a breath in through the nose as if you're smelling the air after rain. Let the breath out a little longer, as if you're steaming a small mirror and watching the fog clear. You are allowed to put your whole weight down. You are allowed to be a person, not a project, in this exact moment. We've walked through Craving's familiar neighborhoods, wanting, pushing away, confusion, and learned to meet them with clear seeing, compassion, and letting go. Tonight we turn toward the place where craving hides most cleverly, inside our relationships and our words. The heart wants to be met. The mind wants to be understood. The body wants to feel safe next to other bodies. Somewhere in that honest wish, craving often threads its hooks. Say it exactly this way. Respond right now. Know what I need before I ask. Agree with me so I can rest. Tonight we'll practice how to unhook without becoming distant. How to love without the squeeze. Begin with the simplest social anchor, breathing together. If someone is with you, you can do this in real life. If not, imagine someone you care for sitting across from you. Feel your own inhale. Imagine their inhale. Feel your own exhale.
Imagine tears.
3 cycles. There is a quiet magic in remembering that other chests rise and fall too. Craving collapses the world into me and my need. Breathing together restores the field we share. You do not need to solve to participate. You need only to breathe with. Desire in conversation often takes 4 shapes. Sometimes we want to be right. Sometimes we want to be admired. Sometimes we want to be safe from conflict. Sometimes we want to be the rescuer. None of these are evil. They are small guardians who learn to keep us from pain. But when they drive, we reach for words like weapons or sugar, and connection gets sticky. Bring one hand to your chest and one to your belly. Whisper, I can want and still choose love. Feel what happens to your shoulders when you say it. A millimeter of space is enough for a new path. We'll learn a simple gate for our words, not as a law, but as a lantern. Before you speak or send, let your sentence pass through 4 quiet questions. Is it true enough? Is it kind enough? Is it necessary enough? Is it timely enough? True enough means not embroidered to win, not shaved to avoid discomfort, honest in spirit. Kind enough means it does not use truth like a blade. It remembers the human on the other side. Necessary enough means it serves connection or clarity rather than feeding the thrill of being right. Timely enough means the body on both sides can receive it now. If any of these feel weak, breathe once and wait, or trim your sentence to the one true line the moment can bear. Your nervous system will learn that you can feel a strong feeling without turning it into a strong reaction. Here is a pocket practice you can carry into any conversation. 1 true sentence, 1 open question, 1 breath of listening. When heat rises, speak a single clear line about your inner world. I feel tight and I want to slow down. I'm worried I won't be heard. I'm excited and I'm rushing. Then ask a small question that invites the other person's world. What are you feeling right now? What matters most to you here? What would make this easier for you? Then actually breathe while they answer. Your job is not to prepare your rebuttal. Your job is to let the air be shared. When air is shared, craving for control loses oxygen. Craving also sneaks into silence. We wait for a response and watch the bubbles in a chat window like fortune-telling. When the 3 dots vanish, old stories leap up. I said it wrong, they don't care. I need to fix this now. Try the space-honoring ritual. Name the urge once, simply. Wanting certainty is here. Then set a clear container. I'll check my phone after this cup of tea, or when I reach the next corner of my walk, or when the song ends. While you wait, feed glow instead of spark. Rinse a cup, stand outside for 60 seconds, straighten one small square of a table, breathe with your hand on your belly. When you return, you are more yourself. Whether a reply has arrived or not, your okayness is less rented. We can tell a short story from the old collection, softened for our time. Kisagadami, broken by grief for her child, sought a medicine to bring him back. The Buddha asked her to find a mustard seed from a house where no one had known death. She knocked and found no such house. Her pain did not vanish, but it widened. She saw she was not singled out by the universe for cruelty. She was human inside a field of humans. Craving insists my pain is unique and demands a special exemption from life. Clear seeing and compassion whisper that pain is universal, and in that universality we can loosen our grip on demanding that one person or one moment cure what only tenderness over time can hold. When you are tempted to squeeze someone for relief they cannot give, place a hand to your heart and remember 1,000 other hands are doing the same tonight. You can still ask for comfort. You don't have to crush. Let's step into a kitchen scene where many small wars begin and end. 2 people move around counters, a familiar dance, one wanting more quiet, one wanting more talk. The craving is simple. Meet me where I am without my asking. The practice is simpler. Ask. Try a sentence like a tea bag steeped in respect. I'm craving quiet company while we cook. Could we do that for 10 minutes and then catch up? Or, I'm craving connection. Can we tell each other one true thing from our day while we chop? When you ask without pressure, you discover often that the other person wanted to meet you but didn't know the way. And if they cannot meet you now, you made a boundary without a bruise. That matters. Desire with our devices touches desire with our people too. It is hard to feel chosen when a bright rectangle is between faces. Create a tiny ritual called open and close. When you want to be fully with someone, say, I'm going to close the rectangle and open my face. Turn the device face down or put it away. Then physically turn your face toward them and lift your eyebrows by a hair. The body reads this as attention. If you are the one tucked behind glass and someone asks for your face, hear it as a bid for connection, not a critique. You can say, give me 2 minutes to land this thought, then I'll open my face. Bids and agreements calm the hungry ghost that thinks it must perform to be worthy. Envy and jealousy deserve gentleness here. They visit where love and desire meet. The old rule is don't feel that. The new practice is feel it kindly, then widen. Place a hand where the ache shows up, often the throat or the solar plexus. Whisper, envy is visiting. It means something matters to me. Offer a small blessing to the other person without forcing cheer. May they enjoy without harm. Then write a 1-sentence permission for yourself. I am allowed to want this flavor of life too, and I will look for its glow version today. Perhaps the glow version is not their job or partner or house, but the feeling you imagine those things will bring: security, play, being seen. Then meet the feeling in simple ways. Ask a friend to witness one small effort. Play for 5 minutes. shore up a practical need. The ache eases when it receives attention rather than judgment. In the realm of intimacy, craving can swing between grasping and vanishing. You might want touch to erase a loneliness the other person cannot carry, or you might pull away to avoid being seen as needy. Practice the sentence that turns the dimmer instead of the switch. I want closeness and I'm a little scared. Can we go slow? Or I want to be held without fixing anything. Or I want to sit side by side and read, legs touching. Ask for the shape, not the proof. Proof demands and tightens. Shape invites and softens. The body knows how to meet shapes. We should speak to repair, because craving for being right often keeps repair just out of reach. When you've said the sharp thing or fallen into the scroll instead of the eye contact you promised, the second arrow, self-attack, arrives quickly. Use the compassionate reset you've learned. That happened. I am still worthy of care. One next kind step is available. Then make the repair small and clean. I'm sorry I disappeared. I want to try again with my face open. Or, I see how my tone landed. I wish I had slowed down. Can we rewind 30 seconds? No paragraphs of self-critique, no court case. Clean repair. The nervous system loves it. Craving quiets because connection is alive again, not threatened or bought. Parenting, caregiving, and friendship bring another tangle. The craving to make someone else okay so you can be okay is tender. It's love dressed as problem solving. Try the practice of witness before wisdom. When someone shares a pain, repeat back what you heard in your own soft words. Then ask if they want ideas or just a lap for their feelings. I hear that work felt like quicksand today and your chest has been tight since morning. Do you want me to think with you or sit with you? Many times the lap is enough. Many times the breath of being received is the medicine. When you stop using advice to quiet your own discomfort, your advice becomes cleaner when it's actually asked for. Meanwhile, your body is saved from the sprint of rescuing, which often ends in resentful exhaustion and late-night craving for relief. Your inner child, the young one who learned to be liked by anticipating everyone's needs, might feel panicked as you try this. Offer that part a small promise. I will not abandon you while I let other people feel their feelings. Place a hand on your own shoulder as if you are the adult you needed. Then practice tiny acts of not overhelping. Wait 2 breaths before answering a text. Allow a loved one to complete a small task imperfectly. Say, I trust you to handle this, and I'm here if you want to brainstorm. The world doesn't collapse. You collapse less. Craving for comfort shrinks because the cost of caring has become bearable. There is a story told in many ways about a monk and a bandit. The bandit snarled, "Don't you know I could cut your throat?" The monk replied, "And don't you know I could let you?" The point is not martyrdom. It is sovereign calm. When you remember that your peace is not fully owned by another's mood, you stop reaching for control like a weapon. You can say no. You can walk away. You can breathe in a room where someone is stormy and refuse to become weather. Place your feet flat on the floor when tempers rise. Feel the pressure. Whisper, "What belongs to me is my tone and my boundary. What does not belong to me is their storm." Then act from the hand that is yours. You will feel the difference between power and force. Let's give you a conversational ritual for the next day. Call it the soft square. Draw a tiny square on your palm with your fingertip before a call or a talk that matters. Each side stands for one quality you want to bring: truth, kindness, brevity, presence. As you speak, touch each side lightly with your thumb. Truth, say one real sentence. Kindness, choose a tone that remembers the other's heartbeat. Brevity, stop when the heart of it is said. Presence, listen with your face soft. At the end, press your thumb into the center of the square and breathe once. You are training your mouth and nervous system to be on the same team. There is another everyday practice that unhooks desire in relationship. The praise that costs nothing and buys everything. Not the generic good job, which can feel like management, but precise appreciation that says, I saw you. I saw the way you put the glass by my seat without words. I noticed the email you sent with care. I felt your hands slow down when you hugged me tonight, and my body relaxed. Precision appreciation feeds the same place in others that craving tries to feed with control in us. When people feel seen safely, they relax. When they relax, they meet you more easily. When they meet you easily, your body stops scanning for danger and looking for sugar to cope. Boundaries belong here, because the absence of them breeds 1,000 little cravings for escape. A boundary is not a wall. It is a walkway with edges. Try the sentence stem that keeps dignity on all sides. I'm willing to do X. I'm not available for Y. Here's a workable Z. I'm willing to talk after dinner. I'm not available for shouting. I can take a walk with you and listen for 15 minutes. I'm willing to help on Saturday morning. I'm not available to rearrange tonight. I can text you 3 local resources. Speak it plainly. Feel your feet. Notice how, when a boundary is true, the body's exhale comes sooner. The craving to disappear into a screen or a snack later often melts because you didn't betray yourself earlier. Sometimes the hook is in the past. You're in a new room, but an old argument is on autoplay. Your body gears up to fight a ghost. This is where orienting saves the day. Turn your head slowly left and right like you're crossing a street. Name 3 real things you see now. Blue cup, plant leaf, light on the wall. Feel your sit bones. Rub your thumb over a fingertip until you feel the ridges. Whisper, this is this, not that. Then choose one sentence that belongs to today. I'm here and I want this to go well. Or, I'm nervous and I want to stay kind. The body steps out of the old movie. The current conversation becomes available. Craving for old defenses quiets when you are in the correct era. Let's design a tiny message monastery practice for the next 24 hours. Choose 2 small windows in your day when you will answer messages in batches with full presence, perhaps late morning and late afternoon. Outside those windows, you allow messages to land like leaves on a porch. When the window opens, you brew a small cup of tea or water, sit down, and enter the monastery. You read one message at a time, feel your breath, and reply with 1 true sentence plus 1 next step. Then you close the chapel doors. This isn't rigid. It's respectful of your own nervous system. Constant micro-pings fray attention and breed craving for spikes. Monastery windows sow seams back into time. Loneliness can masquerade as 1,000 little reaches. Before you plug every hole with a spark, try the kindness of naming it. Loneliness is here. Then do one co-regulating act that doesn't require performance. Lie on the floor with your legs up the wall for 2 minutes. Place a warm washcloth over your eyes. Call a friend and ask to sit on the phone together for 5 quiet minutes while you each do a small task. Put your palm flat against a door and breathe as if someone you love is on the other side doing the same. The body needs mammals, not just messages. If a tear comes, let it. Tears are the river that brings you back to yourself. A short parable to tilt your head toward mercy. 2 people argued about the color of a cloth at dusk. One insisted it was black, the other blue. A third person smiled and lit a lamp. Both were partially right, both partially wrong. Light changed perception. In our language, your nervous system is the lamp. When it is dim, you will fight harder for what looks true from the dark. When you raise the light, a breath, a sip, a pause, a hand to your chest, the cloth often appears gentler. You don't have to be wrong to soften. You have to be lit. For the close of this part, stitch together an evening ritual that releases others from your nervous system so you can sleep. Sit or lie as you are. Picture a soft cord from your chest to each person who has tugged at you today. Not a leash, not a chain, just lines of attention. One by one, take a slow inhale, and on the exhale imagine smoothing each cord with your fingers and laying it carefully on a table. Whisper, you belong to your life, I belong to mine, we meet again tomorrow. If someone needs an extra stroke, give it. If a cord sticks, place a small stone on it in your mind and say, rest. Then slide the table gently to the side of the room. Place both your hands back on your own chest and belly. Feel the quiet of belonging to yourself. The cords are not cut. They are resting. You are allowed to rest too. Let a blessing settle across your face like a soft cloth warmed by your own breath. May your words pass through gates that keep dignity bright. May your listening be the place where others lay down their hurry. May your bids for closeness be clear and kind, and may you receive imperfect love without turning it into proof against you. May your boundaries walk with soft steps and sure feet. May envy widen into honesty, and honesty turn into small, real actions that feed glow. May repair be easy on your mouth. May you remember that everyone's chest rises and falls, even when answers are slow. May you rest tonight with your cords smoothed and your own breath as your closest friend. For the last minute, do almost nothing. Let your eyes soften. Inhale and feel how the room rises to meet you. Exhale and feel how the room continues to hold you without asking you to perform. If sleep comes, let it. If wakefulness is your companion, rest anyway in the rhythm of your chest. You have practiced well. Your longing to connect is good. Your capacity to connect without clutching is growing. The night is wide enough to hold all the hearts beating at once, yours included. Feel how the room knows you now, the way a well-used chair learns the shape of a shoulder. Let the jaw loosen by a fingertip. Draw the blanket a fraction higher if you like until the notch at your throat feels quietly covered. Take a slow inhale through the nose and a longer, softer exhale through the mouth, like mist leaving a quiet lake. You are here. You do not need to earn this breath. You do not need to deserve this softness. It is already yours. We have walked together through clear seeing, compassion, letting go, enoughness, identity loosened, love without the squeeze, pace over panic. Tonight we gather these threads into resilience, the art of returning when life is messy. Craving is clever and seasons change. Sleep slips, work piles, old stories wake up. The point is not to never wobble. The point is to wobble kindly and regain your center with less drama each time. We will build you a simple kit you can carry anywhere. It will live in your breath, in your hands, in small rituals that teach your nervous system to trust you when the tides rise. Begin with an image we will use all night. Imagine a volume knob for intensity on your chest. 0 to 10. You do not control the weather of the world, but you can learn to turn the knob down by 1 or 2 clicks when needed. Place a palm over your sternum now. On your next inhale, feel the lift under your palm. On your exhale, imagine the knob easing down by 1 notch. Not to silence, to manageable. Try 3 breaths like that. If the mind doubts, let it. This is not magic. It is training. Your body learns that you have a say. In your kit is a simple sequence you can do with your eyes open in any room. Recognize, reassure, redirect. Recognize means you name what is here without drama. Wanting sugar is here. Wanting to vanish is here. Noble urgency is here. Naming puts a frame around the storm. Reassure means you tell your body one warm truth. We are safe enough to breathe. I am on my own side. I will not abandon us. Redirect means you choose one small, kind action that serves your values in the next minute. Sip water. Step outside. Put the phone face down for 3 breaths. Wipe the counter slowly. Then you check the knob again. Often it has softened a click. If not, you repeat without scolding. Resilience is repetition with kindness. There is a parable from the old path about a poison arrow. A man shot with an arrow refused treatment until he knew every detail about who shot it, from what village, what wood, what string. He died with answers unanswered. Hear it this way tonight. When craving surges, the mind demands a full theory before it will allow relief. You can become the person who tends the wound first. You can ask the questions later. The wound might be thirst. The wound might be a tense jaw. The wound might be an overfull calendar. Tend first. Theory can come in the morning light. We will meet 4 common weather patterns that make craving loud and place a ritual near each one. Travel days, sick days, celebration days, aftershock days. Travel days ask your biology to perform tricks. Time bends, meals jump, noise rises. The hungry ghost loves airports and apps and convenience aisles. Build a pocket plan before you move. 3 anchors. Water, walk, window. Water means you drink on purpose before sugar makes its case. Walk means you stroll for 5 minutes whenever the path appears, in terminals or at rest stops. Feeling feet and breath say we are animals, not machines. Window means you look out at the largest view available 3 times a day and let your eyes touch horizon, because horizons calm the part of the brain that thinks in traps. When you land, complete the travel with a ritual even if late. A shower or a face wash, a stretch, a sentence to yourself, we arrived. Then sleep if you can. The knob often drops 2 clicks with arrival acknowledged. Sick days change the math. The body asks for gentler fuel and more quiet. The mind, trained by productivity cultures, tries to override. Craving jumps in with quick comfort. If you can, become a soft nurse to yourself. Soup becomes a practice. Tea becomes a practice. Lying down in daylight for 15 minutes becomes a practice. The rule that matters is mercy. Your sick day plan fits on a small scrap. Warmth, liquids, rest without verdict. Gentle entertainment if it soothes. No grand decisions. You can also add 1 line of beauty to the room so you remember you are more than symptoms. Plant pulled close. A clean pillowcase. A small lamp at low light. The goal is not to win against illness. The goal is to keep your nervous system from adding panic and shame on top of a body already working hard. When you practice mercy here, craving quiets because it does not need to shout to be heard. Celebration days bring sweetness and noise and the chance to practice free joy without grasping. Write a quiet vow in the morning in language you actually like. Today I will taste, and I will stop when the glow is bright. Today I will speak 1 honest appreciation to someone and listen for their answer. Today I will step outside once to breathe the air so the room does not trap me. If you choose sweets, make a plate and sit for the first bites. If you choose drink, choose water in between. If you choose conversation, look at faces. If old soreness rises in the middle of lights and music, step into a hallway and place a hand on the wall and breathe. Then return or go home. Celebration is not an exam. It is a chance to practice savor and sufficiency in a room full of sparks. Aftershock days arrive after push days. You carried a deadline. You traveled. You hosted. The day after is when craving likes to collect tax. Plan for the after. Do not expect monk calm. Expect an animal that wants to replenish. Give yourself a menu of gentle replenishments that do not leave regret in the mouth. A long shower with the light dim. A simple meal eaten seated. A small nap. A walk without tracking. 2 messages of appreciation. A literal tidy of 1 square so your eyes can rest on edges. Write the menu in your notes app once and use it whenever the aftershock comes. The knob drops with nourishment, not with more overdrive. Now let us talk about spikes that feel bigger than habits. Old grief rises. A conflict tears open a tender seam. News brings a jolt. You will not bypass feelings here. You will sit with them in a way that does not ask sugar or screens to hold what only presence can hold. Try the heat and cool practice. Heat means you find the heat place in the body where the feeling lives. Throat, chest, belly, eyes. You place a hand there. Cool means you bring a cooling action to the system. Cool air at an open window. Cool water in small sips. A cool cloth on eyes or forehead. A cool voice inside that simply says, "This is hard and I am staying." You alternate heat and cool for 3 minutes. Many storms shrink when witnessed without argument. Equally important is your stop signal for the rare moment when a behavior starts to run away with you. Choose a signal now that is simple and not punishing. Maybe it is both palms pressed together for one breath. Maybe it is standing and changing rooms. Maybe it is stepping outside and touching a plant. Decide in advance. Tell one safe person your signal so they can mirror it when needed. A signal without shame helps you break the trance. Trance loves shame. Trance hates light. We bring back the triangle, breath, body, ground, and add a fourth point that turns the shape into a small house. Breath, body, ground, value. Value is one word that matters to you today. Kindness, clarity, patience, courage. You do not need the perfect word. Pick a good enough one. When the pull is strong, whisper your word after you feel breath, body, and ground. Then ask what one action in the next minute expresses that word. Drink water and answer later if the word is patience. Step outside for 2 breaths if the word is clarity. Put a sticky note on the laptop and close it if the word is kindness to morning you. You are not curing all suffering. You are turning the day by 1 degree. Rivers change course by degrees. Let us place a small ritual in your phone, because the device is a bell that can ring for craving or for ease. Create a focus mode with a name you like. Not do not disturb. Call it lantern or pond or quiet season. In that mode, only a few people and apps can reach you. Choose windows in the day when lantern is on. Morning for the first 30 minutes. Midday for 10 minutes before food. Evenings for the last hour before bed if you can. When lantern is on, put the rectangle face down and lift your face. If you feel the itch, recognize, reassure, redirect. The itch is not failure. It is weather. When lantern is off, use the message monastery windows you set. Enough seams, and the day becomes a garment you can wear without scratching. Sometimes you will want to scrap the plan and start again next week. That is human. Instead, try the smallest restart. A restart is 1 breath and 1 act. Inhale, exhale. Put a glass under a tap. Water, drink. Restart, complete. Or inhale, exhale. Put the phone under a notebook for 2 minutes. Restart, complete. Or inhale, exhale. Step out the door and look left, look right, look up. Restart, complete. The muscle you are building is not perfection. It is restart without drama. We should speak about seasons because bodies are not machines that produce identical days. There will be seasons of expansion and seasons of contraction. Work pushes. Family needs swell. Illness visits. Summer beckons. Winter draws you inward. The practice adapts. In expansion, you tighten 1 boundary and keep 1 anchor. Perhaps you keep the completion breath after each task and guard 1 hour of evening quiet. In contraction, you loosen 1 ambition and nourish 1 need. Perhaps you let go of the extra project and protect sleep even if it means saying no to something that shines. Write yourself a permission slip for the season you are in. 1 line. In this season I choose rest over polish. In this season I choose fewer screens and more sky. In this season I choose warm food and early nights. Tape it where your future self can see it when the hungry ghost tries to argue. Let us build a home-based practice you can return to when you feel lost. 5 stones placed along the path of a single minute. Stone 1, feel the soles or the seat. Stone 2, soften the jaw. Stone 3, lengthen the exhale. Stone 4, place a hand where it helps and whisper your name gently. Stone 5, ask one value question and take one small step that serves the answer. You can do this in a meeting, at a sink, beside a crying child, in a grocery aisle, at midnight by a window. Home is not a place elsewhere. Home is 5 stones and a choice. We will visit a modern parable to brighten your courage. A runner trained by chasing speed until their joints ached and their joy fled. A coach said, we will train cadence instead. They metronomed a comfortable rhythm and let speed follow from steadiness. In a month, the runner was fast and happy again. Many of us are training speed in our days. How much can I pack? How many can I answer? How perfectly can I perform? Tonight you become a cadence runner. Cadence is breath, completion, pause, presence, restart. Speed follows. Joy follows. Craving loses leverage because your body is not being asked to sprint forever. There will be relapses. That word sounds like a cliff. Treat it like a puddle. You stepped in water and your socks are wet. Remove the second arrow. Remove the lecture. Change your socks. What are new socks tonight? A glass of water. A laugh. Call to a friend. Putting the device to bed under a book. Laying out clothes for morning you with kindness rather than critique. Writing one line to yourself, I am learning and I am still worthy. Wet socks do not make you a failure. They make you a person who will remember to step around that patch next time or bring boots when skies look like rain. We can weave these threads into specific rooms again, so practice is not an idea but a path your feet know. In the kitchen, plate and seat for the first bites, then completion breath to end. In the office, cup and bowl for beginning and ending, message monastery windows, and a lamp test before after-hours tasks. In the living room, open and close for faces and screens, and the soft square drawn on your palm before tender talks. In the bedroom, the 2 lanterns for landing, and cords smoothed on the table beside your bed so you can sleep inside your own life. If grief hums beneath everything, like a bass note you cannot turn off, let grief be included. Sometimes the wanting is for what cannot be returned. We do not fix that here. We make room. Place both hands over your heart. Breathe and picture a small candle there. You might whisper, hello friend. Stay as long as you need. Then do one simple kindness for your body. Warm water, soft socks, a short walk. Unhook. Letting grief belong reduces the secondary craving that tries to pave over it. You do not need to pave. You can garden around. The candle can live in your chest without burning the house down when you keep giving it air. If anger runs hot, it often rides on the back of a fear that something you care about will be lost. Anger is a guardian. Thank it. Let it move through the body without biting the nearest thing. Stand with your feet wider than hips. Inhale and lift your shoulders. Exhale and drop them with a small sound. Shake your hands like water. Press your tongue to the roof of the mouth, then release it. Hum once. Then pick a clean action that serves the value under the anger. If the value is fairness, write one exact sentence and send it later when your breath is slow. If the value is care, tend what you can touch. If the value is truth, say one true line without fire. You will feel the difference between force and power. Power does not need sparks to prove itself. We will add a tiny ritual for money and craving because this river runs through many days. Before a purchase made from restlessness, do water and window. Drink a glass. Look out at the largest view available. Then ask, is there a free version of this feeling available now? If yes, do that first. If the purchase still makes sense after, Choose it on purpose and record one line about the glow it gave so your body learns what truly satisfies. If no, place the item on the wish shelf for 3 days and feed glow daily. Often by day 3 the spark has cooled, and if it has not, you are choosing from steadiness. Let us speak about community in a small, realistic way. You do not need a monastery to practice. You can knit tiny threads with people who share your wish to live with less grasping. Tell one friend you are practicing completion breaths. Invite them to ask you, did you finish that moment? Tell one colleague you are trying message monastery windows. Trade times that work for both of you. Tell one family member you want open and close for faces and screens. Make it playful. When 2 or 3 practice together, even lightly, the room changes. You feel less alone. The hungry ghost relaxes when it believes the village is real. Before we wind this part down, craft a night ritual that is half prayer and half plan without becoming heavy. Sit on the edge of your bed or nestle deeper into the couch. Touch a coin or stone for weight. Touch a cup for flow. Touch a pen for choice. Speak 3 lines to close the book of the day. Today had honest effort. Tonight I choose mercy. Tomorrow I will begin with one true thing. Place the pen across a small scrap with a dot on it like a horizon. That is your period. Your body reads punctuation. It lets go. A blessing for your courage now. May your hand find the knob when intensity rises and soften it by a notch. May recognize, reassure, redirect become natural as blinking. May you train cadence and discover that joy was waiting at the pace a human can keep. May travel bring horizons and water rather than only snacks and noise. May sickness meet mercy and celebration meet savor. May aftershocks be greeted with soup and sky. May your rest be protected by lanterns and your mornings be led by beacons. May your relapses be puddles and may you laugh as you change your socks. May you know in your bones that returning is the art, and you are learning it well. For the last breaths, do little. Inhale, and let the air gather your scattered pieces with kindness. Exhale, and feel yourself set down inside your own body like a bird that chooses a branch. If sleep comes, let it take you. If wakefulness stays, rest anyway in the cadence of breath you trust. Your kit is near. Your hand knows where it is. You are not alone on this path. The night holds you. Feel the familiar kindness of the room, the way your place holds your shape as if it has learned the geography of your rest. Let your shoulders slip one notch lower. Loosen the tongue from the roof of the mouth. Breathe in as though the night air is combing your ribs with gentle fingers. Breathe out as if you're laying a warm cloth across a small table to prepare for tea. This is your practice room, not a courtroom. Nothing needs defending. Everything can be met. Tonight we braid our learning into the daily rooms of a life so practice is not something you visit but something you live in. Like a house with windows open to weather and light. We'll make home a monastery without severity. A workplace a studio rather than a racetrack. The street a walking path where your feet remember pace. We'll design a week's worth of soft vows you can try whenever you like. Slipping them on not as rules, but as garments that warm the body and quiet the hungry ghost. And through it all, we'll keep our 3 inner powers close. Clear seeing, compassion, and letting go. So desire can move through you like wind through trees, rustling but not breaking. Begin with the doorway because every journey begins there. Stand or imagine standing in your threshold for a breath, the outside on one side and the inside on the other. On the inhale, notice what clings to your shoulders, noise, speed, other people's moods. On the exhale, picture yourself brushing a light snowfall from a coat before stepping in. Whisper, I enter as a person, not as a project. When you leave, reverse it. Inhale, feel the steadiness of your rooms behind you. Exhale, whisper, I carry pace into the street. Doorways become bells. The body loves bells. The kitchen is a dojo for unhooking because it offers sweetness, heat, knives, water, and time. Make one bowl your companion this week, any bowl you like. In the morning, place something simple in it. A few berries, a slice of bread, a spoon of rice, a wedge of pear. Before eating, hold the bowl in both hands and breathe once. Whisper, "May I taste enoughness?" Eat seated for the first bite. This is not asceticism. It is permission to be here while you eat. At night, set the same bowl on the counter empty. A small moon in your kitchen, and whisper, "This day is complete enough." The nervous system learns the curve. Gather, taste, release. In the living room, screens glimmer like ponds that hide their depth. Practice open and close as we learned, and add a soft bell to begin and end. Before you watch or scroll, touch the frame of the device and name your intention in one line. I want to laugh. I want to learn. I want a gentler scene before sleep. Then set an end in time or in breaths. When the end arrives, close with a breath and one physical gesture that returns you to the room. Fold the blanket once, stack 2 books, dim the light. Closure is not control. It is kindness to the animal that wants to know when the music stops so it can lie down. Workrooms are places where craving wears a tie and calls itself noble. Let your desk become a small studio rather than a command center. Place one object of quiet beauty within your sight, not to distract but to rest your eyes. Leaf, stone, photo, a tiny drawing. Begin tasks with cup hands and end with bowl hands. Keep a small scrap at the edge of the desk where you write 3 first moves for the day. Not a master plan, just the next square. Return to the scrap whenever the fog asks for a tyrant. The scrap will be a friend instead. When the sun drops and work tries to grip your ankles, close the day physically. Lay tomorrow's pen across the page like a bridge. Straighten one stack. Exhale longer than you think you need. Whisper, "Lamp tomorrow." Your body hears you. The bedroom is a harbor. Keep a tiny tray by the place you rest. A coin for weight, a cup for flow, your night sentence folded small. When your head touches pillow, touch the coin and say, "Set down." Touch the cup and say, "Let go." Read your sentence once, the one that ends the day without verdict. If you wake at night, the tray is a lighthouse. You do not need to swim for shore. The shore has left a light for you. Outside, the street is a moving practice. Walk with both hands in your imagination, as if you're carrying warm tea to someone you love. Let the bowl slow your feet half a pace. Whisper to your souls with each step, "Here, now." If a bus roars or a siren cuts the air, place the sound in your bowl instead of in your chest. You don't pretend the world is quiet. You simply stop letting every noise be your emergency. Let's weave these rooms into a gentle week. Not a challenge, not a program, just a way to taste variety in practice so boredom doesn't send you hunting sparks. One day you might let simplicity lead. Choose fewer inputs, more savor. Eat without the extra scroll. Finish one thing and let the completion breath punctuate it. Another day you might let generosity lead. Offer small gifts that cost little and mean much. Slide a note of appreciation under a door. Put a glass of water by someone's seat. Another day is for pace. Move like a person who will be here tomorrow. Speak one sentence fewer than you normally would in the meeting. Leave 1 minute early for the bus and notice how your jaw behaves. Another day belongs to boundaries spoken cleanly. I'm willing to do this. I'm not available for that. Here's a workable way forward. Another day is for playful joy. 5 minutes of music you dance to in your kitchen. A bright fruit sliced beautifully. A silly voice note to a friend. Another day is for mending. Sow a small tear, glue a handle, repair a sentence with someone you love. Another is for quiet, no declarations, just moving like mist. You need not follow order or keep score. Let the days be colors on a palette. Dip your brush where your body reaches. Craving often spikes at thresholds, so we return to doorways to set a week-long vow. Each time you cross one, inhale and name the visitor in a single kind word. Wanting, hurry, fog, hunger, loneliness, hope. Exhale and name a value. Kindness, clarity, mercy, pace, truth, rest. Then, if possible, express the value with a 2-second act. Pause your foot, soften your jaw, set a glass down carefully. Look out the window. The doorway becomes a studio for micro-sculptures in time. You are an artist of moments. We'll place a parable in the laundry room where socks go to wander. A student asked a teacher, "How do I hold on to calm?" The teacher folded a shirt slowly and said, "You don't. You practice putting things where they belong." The shirt was calm. The shelf was calm. The student laughed, then folded the next shirt. In our rooms, calm is not a trophy. It is the natural byproduct of a life where little things end. Finish small. Let endings teach the body it is safe to stop. The urge for one more bite, one more episode, one more late email quiets when the day has edges. Identity sneaks back even in a monk's kitchen. The diligent one performs efficiency. The caretaker cooks flawless plates. The minimalist erases color. Let yourself be a person who plays. If you are the tidy one, leave a book open where sun can soak a page. If you are the quick one, choose the long wooden spoon and stir slowly. If you are the austere one, add a slice of lemon to your water and call it a feast. Rolls relax when they are allowed to be porous. Craving relaxes when rolls stop needing applause. We can change how we ask for help so receiving becomes a practice rather than a rash of resentment later. Try requests that are precise and small and carry a soft why. Could you carry these 2 bags to the door so my back stays kind? Could you read the bedtime story tonight so I can tend my breath? Could you take the morning dishes so I can step outside for light and come back more human? The body of the other hears your humanity and often says yes. If they cannot, you still kept dignity alive, which is its own nourishment. The hungry ghost likes to hoard tasks until it can demand reparations. Practice prevents that hoard. At the table where money questions sit, put a plant. Let it teach you that life grows slowly with water and light. Before a purchase, water and window, as we learned. If you decide to buy, choose a small ceremony at delivery. Open the thing slowly. Thank the hands that made it in a whisper. Put it where it belongs. Release something else into circulation. It seems quaint. It is neurological. Ceremony tells your body this is enough. You can stop reaching. Ceremony also makes gratitude a bodily event rather than a thought. If you care for children or elders, the practice becomes a choreography of ordinary mercies. When a child's wanting surges, kneel so your eyes approach level. Breathe loud enough for your own chest to hear. Name the feeling in simple words and offer a shape. You want the blue bowl. We can't right now. We can put the spoon in. Or we can sing while we wait. In elder care, when time stretches thin, place a hand on the doorframe for one breath before you re-enter the room, as if bowing to a shrine. Whisper, "I will bring pace, not perfection." These small gestures keep you from burning your own fuel to power the world. When your fire is banked, craving needs fewer emergency rations later. Let's step into the commute, that liminal cloth woven with red lights and shoe soles and announcements. Make a practice of noticing 3 strangers' humanity without story. Jaw clenched, hand tender on a bag, eyes tired. Say inwardly, "May your day be kind." Then let it go. This is mudita's cousin, anonymity and goodwill. The chest warms without needing a performance. The hungry ghost loves to invent conflicts with unseen others. Goodwill dissolves its appetite. At midday, when the hunger for relief charges in, remember the free version question. What feeling am I trying to buy, and where is one free drop of it now? Ease might be under the sky near a tree. Belonging might be one voice note to someone who knows your laugh. Beauty might be light on a wall. Competence might be a small task done with care. Give yourself one drop. Then, if the extra treat still calls, choose it clearly. Treated like that, treats treat you back. I want to tell you a story that arrives like a breeze. An old woman swept leaves from her porch every morning. A visitor asked why she repeated it when more leaves would fall by noon. She smiled. The sweeping is not to win against the tree. The sweeping is to greet the day. Our practices, bowl, breath, bell, boundary, do not conquer desire. They greet the day and greet the night so that craving arrives to a house where someone answers the door kindly. Nights in such a house become softer. Mornings in such a house become steady. The tree will keep losing leaves. The porch will keep being swept. Peace hides in the motion, not the outcome. There may be seasons when your practice feels far away: travel, crisis, holidays, illness, caretaking marathons. In those seasons, pick one thread and let the rest be. Choose breath before scroll, or plate and seat, or completion breath after any task, or the two lanterns at night. One thread keeps the garment from unraveling. When the season shifts, add a second thread. We are not building a fortress. We are weaving a shawl. Bring your attention to your hands. They are often first to obey craving. Reaching, tapping, opening, pouring. Teach them a new reflex. Pause and feel. Before a reach, press thumb to fingertip and feel the ridges. This single second is a lifesaver. It interrupts the story without scolding. It gives choice a doorway. If the body still moves toward the object, let it. But now the movement belongs to a person who felt and chose, not to a reflex that grabbed. The evening is a river mouth where a day meets night and the currents swirl. Build a short bridge there. Sit for 60 seconds with no agenda. Let your eyes soften. Name 3 honest efforts from the day, however small. I answered one message with care. I tended my breath while waiting. I put down the device for 2 minutes and looked at the sky. Feel for a flicker of warmth in the chest, however faint. Then name one thing you can set down until morning. Whisper, I release you to tomorrow's hands. Cross the bridge. Night has room for you. Before sleep, imagine the Buddha seated by the river, not glowing or floating, just a human who stopped running. Mara visits with temptations and fear. The awakened one touches the ground, calls the earth to witness, and stays. You can touch your own ground, the sheet, the mattress, the sofa, the floor, and whisper witness, not to perform holiness, but to remember that presence itself is a refuge. Craving knocks. You answer with skin and wood and breath. You stay. Let a blessing pass from my mouth to your ear like a small candle reflected in a window. May your doorways ring like bells and your bowls teach enoughness. May your kitchen become a place where sweetness is tasted and set down easily. May your desk remember it is a studio and not a battleground. May your screens open and close with your face still belonging to you. May your feet carry a bowl of pace through streets that hurry. May your week wear soft vows that fit. May your sweeping be a greeting, not a war. May one thread of practice hold when storms come. May your hands learn the feel of their own ridges before they reach. May your evenings build bridges, your nights keep lamps, and your mornings greet you with a breath that says, we begin again. For the last moments, do nothing clever. Let your breath be simple. Feel the fabric beneath your fingers. Inhale as if you are collecting the day's scattered leaves without judgment. Exhale as if you are laying them gently at the base of a tree that loves you. If sleep comes, let it come. If wakefulness remains, rest anyway. A person in a house with open windows, a bowl on the counter, a doorway that remembers your steps. You are practicing well. The river knows your name. Let your shoulders ease as if someone you trust just said, "I've got the next 5 minutes, rest." Feel the support beneath you receive your weight like cool ground after a long walk. If there's a blanket, lift it so the hollow at your throat is covered. Take one slow inhale through the nose and a longer exhale through the mouth, like you are gently blowing dust from an old book you love. We are going to open that book together, your nervous system's own manual for change, written not in rules but in breath, touch, and small decisions that accumulate into a life. We have moved through clear seeing, compassion, letting go, enoughness, identity loosened, love without the squeeze, pace over panic, resilience. Tonight we will practice rewiring, building new grooves so the mind stops defaulting to the same old cravings and starts inhabiting wiser ones. Not as a project that exhausts you, but as a craft you practice in soft light. Habit is a riverbed. Water will follow the deepest channel until you guide a little current elsewhere, pebble by pebble, day by day. You do not need a bulldozer. You need a handful of small stones and patience. Begin with your body, because the body is where grooves live. Place one hand on the back of your neck and one hand low on your belly. Inhale gently and imagine your breath pouring from the top hand to the bottom hand, like warm tea from a pot into a cup. Exhale and imagine that warmth spreading sideways through your hips, your ribs, your thighs. Do 3 rounds. Then release your hands and notice if the skin around your eyes softened by a degree. This is not incidental. When the eyes soften, the grasping part of the brain shifts out of its hard focus. Craving loses one of its favorite flashlights. You are less likely to lunge. We'll learn a short rhythm called before, during, after. In the old stories, the Buddha taught a young monk, Rahula, to reflect on actions before taking them, while taking them, and after taking them. We translate that teaching for our modern cravings. Before, one breath to ask, what am I actually seeking? During, one breath to feel tone and pace, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral and fast, slow, or just right. After, one breath to taste the aftertaste and ask, would I repeat this next time? 3 breaths total. Not a tribunal, a calibration. The point isn't to make every move perfect. The point is to become a musician who listens while they play, so the next note lands closer to the song you want to live. Let's try it with a simple scene. The urge to check the feed arrives like a spark behind the eyes. Before, inhale, what am I seeking? Connection, novelty, escape. During, inhale, pleasant tone flickers, pace is fast. I slow my thumb for 2 deliberate swipes. After, exhale, the aftertaste is flat. I close on purpose and place the phone face down. Would I repeat this next time? Maybe with one kind message added. Calibration complete.
No scolding.
Groove adjusted by a pebble. Craving thrives on novelty because novelty promises a fresh start every 10 seconds without the vulnerability of staying. Your nervous system loves novelty too. It's how we learn. But when novelty becomes the only spice, every dish tastes empty by the end. We will not make novelty the enemy. We will befriend it and give it better jobs. Try the 2 novelty rule. When you feel the itch to seek new, you offer 2 kinds of new. New outside. Look at something you have never seen in this room. Tiny fray of fabric, hairline crack in paint, constellation of crumbs on a plate. New inside. Sense something you have not felt today. The weight of your earlobes, the skin behind your knees, the cool of your upper lip as air enters. Often, the itch settles because the body got the novelty it wanted. A tension that is alive. Then, if you still want to check or buy, you choose it on purpose instead of being dragged. We'll plant a practice called urge alchemy. It transforms the raw energy of wanting into something that serves your values without denying the spark. When a strong urge hits, sugar, scroll, shop, show, do 3 steps. Name the metal. Wanting thrill is here, wanting comfort is here, wanting to vanish is here. Heat it. Breathe with the exact body place the urge lives. Throat, chest, belly until that spot warms under your hand. Shape it. Do a 90-second act that keeps the flavor but changes the fuel. If you want sweetness, slice fruit and drizzle a little honey. Sit and taste 3 bites slowly. If you want thrill, put music on and dance 1 song hard. If you want to vanish, make a small cave. Blanket over your shoulders, lights dim, 3 long exhales, and let yourself disappear into breath instead of into a tunnel that steals your morning. Then decide again. You didn't fight the urge. You apprenticed it. A small parable from the old path belongs here. A monk asked, "How do I cross the river of desire?" The teacher said, "Build a raft, cross, and then set it down." Tonight, your raft is routines. We will build 2. A wind-up for your mornings and a wind-down for your nights that do not rely on heroism. Morning wind-up. Before you open the world, open your body. Stand and stretch your arms overhead, then out, then down as if greeting the 4 directions. Put water into a glass and watch light move through it before you drink. Touch a surface with your palm and feel its temperature. Whisper your beacon word for the day. Kindness, pace, clarity, listen, gentle. Then write 3 first moves on a scrap. Night wind down. Close 3 loops with your hands. Return 1 object to its home. Rinse 1 cup and set it to dry. Lay your pen across a small dot on paper. Whisper your mercy line. Today was a real day. Enough for now. Rituals are raft boards. The river is strong. Boards give you something to push against without fighting water itself. We'll turn to food, because the table is a school for both joy and grasping. You have learned plate and seat and completion breath. Add the 70 pause and the 30 grace. The 70 pause arrives around 70% satiety. Place your utensil down. Feel your belly. Ask, is this remaining hunger or the costume calling? If hunger, another few bites is kindness. If costume, chasing away a feeling, feeding a roll, add water and 3 breaths and then choose freshly. The 30 grace is for when you eat past comfortable. 30 minutes later, give yourself grace on purpose. Drink water. Walk 3 minutes. Place your palm on your belly and whisper, "That happened. We will be kind. Next time I will pause earlier." The body learns that errors are met with repair instead of punishment. Craving loses its theater because shame has left the stage. Movement is a quiet ally in rewiring, not as penance. Exercise as apology breeds backlash, but as pleasure and regulation. Try the 2 shapes every day, reach and curl. Reach means lengthening, arms up, side bend, yawn. Curl means safety, knees to chest, forehead toward knees, a blanket wrapped. Alternate 3 times. Reach says yes to capacity. Curl says yes to comfort. When both are included, the urge to medicate with spikes lessens. Your animal feels tended. Let's bring in a cinematic moment from the Buddha's life, softened for your room. After awakening, he didn't disappear into myth. He walked dusty paths for years, teaching in fields and homes, offering images people could carry. Lamps, seeds, rafts, carts. One afternoon, a farmer raged that his field flooded and his family argued and his body ached. The Buddha is said to have smiled gently and said, "I cannot help you with those 83 problems. I can help you with the 84th, the wish to have no problems." Tonight we practice releasing the 84th problem. Craving often hides inside it. I'll be okay when nothing goes wrong. You can feel okay enough while something goes wrong by returning to the body, the breath, the ground, a value, and a next step. You are not cursed when life is lifelike. You are a person with a kit. We need to talk about the dopaminic loop without turning it into an enemy. Dopamine isn't sin. It's a teacher. Says, remember this pathway. The trouble isn't dopamine. It's that our world offers loud surges and the body forgets the taste of subtle joy. We will train for subtle. It's called the glow loop. Choose one act per day that has no algorithm. Boil an egg and peel it slowly. Step into sun and close your eyes. Handwrite a line from a poem onto a scrap. Hum while you fold 2 towels. Water a plant and watch its leaves drink. While you do it, name the glow aloud in simple words: warmth, weight, steam, light, grain, hum. Your brain is recording a new pathway. Small, steady acts equal real satisfaction. Over time, this loop competes with the scroll loop. You will still scroll sometimes. You will glow more often. Craving often spikes around the ache of uncertainty. We practiced maybe hands and the porch. Add the lantern question when anxiety sells you a fix. Does this action increase or decrease tomorrow's kindness? Hold it like a lantern over the next step. If the action dims tomorrow's lamp, let it wait in a bright pile for morning. Write the first word of the thing on a sticky note and place it under your cup. The nervous system relaxes because it sees evidence that you will care later. Later you is not a myth in this house. We'll stitch practices into real rooms again so the groove deepens through touch and sound. The grocery aisle. Walk with one hand on the cart, one hand finding your pulse at your wrist for 2 breaths. Ask, flavor or story. Choose flavor. The inbox. Draw the soft square on your palm. Truth, kindness, brevity, presence. And touch each side as you reply to the first 3 messages. The shower. Lights low if possible. 1 minute with water on the back of your neck while you breathe slow. Whisper, rinse the day. The couch. Device face down on a small cloth. Say aloud, I'm gonna close the rectangle and open my face. The bed. Smooth 1 cord of attention for each person tugging at you and lay it on a side table in your mind. Whisper, we meet tomorrow. These gestures are not ornaments. They are stitches. A stitch day holds. We will place a practice at the edge of impulse called 5 friendly breaths. When you feel yourself at the cliff, hand in the bag again, finger on the buy button, thumb hovering over the icon. Take 5 breaths, each with a job. Breath 1, name the urge. Breath 2, locate the body place. Breath 3, soften that place. Breath 4, touch a value word. Breath 5, choose next, go, pause, or transform. 5 breaths is 30 seconds. You are not freezing life. You are warming your choice. Sometimes the hardest cravings are for identities we have outgrown. The costume still hangs on the door. The party ended, but the music is in your head. Try a ritual of thanks and burial. Write the role on a scrap. Always on, perfect eater, fast responder, life of the party. Thank it for the seasons it protected you. Fold the paper small. Place it under a stone on a windowsill or in a plant's soil. Whisper, rest. If the roll rises in your chest, touch the stone and repeat, rest. This is not melodrama. The body understands memorials. It stops searching for a ghost in mirrors. We have not yet spoken directly to sensual craving beyond food, and we can gently. Desire for touch, warmth, sexual energy, these are not wrong. They are wind. What turns wind into suffering is secrecy plus shame plus speed. Try the slowness vow. If you choose to explore, whether alone or with someone you trust, slow down to the pace of breath at least once. Feel hands, weight, temperature. Ask for shape, not proof. Do the after breath. Whisper, thank you, body. The point isn't to sanctify. It's to let this human energy be included in your house with light on, doors unlocked, dignity intact. Hidden corners breed spikes and crash. Light teaches glow, a modern parable for creative desire. A person kept a drawer of unused pens, beautiful, waiting for the perfect project. They kept buying new pens because the drawer felt like possibility. One day they wrote one sentence, then another on a plain index card. The ink loved being ink. The person laughed and felt lighter. The drawer became a studio rather than a shrine. Creative craving eats sparks when it isn't given paper. Open a small studio in your day. 2 minutes to sketch, to write a clumsy line, to play 4 chords, to knead dough, to arrange fruit. The urge to buy the perfect tool lessens when your hands are moving on something imperfect now. We'll return to mercy at thresholds because relapse is part of rewiring. If you find yourself mid-binge, scroll, sweets, shopping, do not slam the brakes with blame. Ease the foot. Use the soft stop. Soft stop means you choose a gentle exit rather than a crash. For scroll, 1 more minute with the sound off, then device under a book. For sweets, 2 sips of water, 1 slow bite, then plate in the sink. For shopping, move the item to a wish shelf. Write 1 line about the feeling you want, and put your card away. Soft stops teach the body that exits are available at many points, not only at the beginning. The next beginning becomes easier because endings were kind. Let's practice a longer breath pattern, a lullaby for your vagus nerve, the wind and weight breath. Inhale through the nose for 4 counts like a breeze lifting a curtain. Pause 1 count as if the curtain hovers. Exhale for 7 like a small weight slowly lowering a blind. At the end of the exhale, rest for 1 count in the quiet. Repeat 5 times. The math is not sacred. The feeling is. Breeze and wait. Lift and settle. When practiced before known tug times, late afternoon, midnight, post-argument, the baseline calm rises. Craving has fewer handholds on a smoother wall. We will place a tiny audit you can do once a week without spreadsheets. On a scrap or in a note, write 3 columns. Spikes, glows, gaps. Spikes are moments that gave a jolt and then an aftertaste you didn't love. Glows are moments that warmed you without regret. Gaps are places where a small support would change the day. A water bottle near the desk, a lamp by the chair, a bowl ready on the counter, a hook for roll tags. Fill each column with 3 or fewer words per line. Then circle 1 item in gaps and tend it today. Tiny environmental changes are kindness in wood and glass. The world helps you practice. Consider money and time again as teachers. When you want to buy a complex solution, ask the free version question and the small paid kindness question. Free version. What feeling am I chasing now that's free? Small paid kindness. If I still want to purchase, is there a smaller spend that brings glow now? A bouquet of greens for the table. A single song you own. A neighborhood coffee with a friend. Rather than a cart that promises a new self. This is not anti-wealth. It is pro-honesty. Honest spending calms the nervous system. Chaotic spending agitates it and feeds craving's echo. We can talk about sleep with frankness. Some nights are long. If insomnia visits, treat the night as a friend who came early to a party, not a thief. Use the 2 a.m. protocol without violence. Cover the clock. Breath for 7. Thought shelf with single words. Cool cloth on eyes. 1 page of a paper book read slowly. Then lay your palm on your belly and offer the sentence. May my body rest even if my mind is awake. If you need to rise, rise gently and do a glow act. Wash a cup. Write a kind line. Look at the night through a window. Return to bed when your eyelids feel heavier. You are not failing. You are caring. The next day, reduce demands by 1 notch. Kindness closes the loop. Control tightens it. A brief, bright story. A practitioner asked a teacher, "How long will it take me to be free of craving?" The teacher said, "If you hurry, 10 years. If you go slowly, 5." The student frowned. The teacher laughed softly. Hurry will keep you circling the lake. Slow will let you find the path through the trees. We are choosing the path through the trees, one breath, one bowl, one boundary, one soft stop at a time. We'll gather tonight into an integration that you can try tomorrow without strain. Morning, wind up, stretch, water, touch, word, 3 first moves. Midday, 5 friendly breaths at the edge of one impulse plus 1 glow act. Afternoon, 2 novelty rule instead of a reflexive check. Evening, wind down, return 1 object, rinse 1 cup, pen on dot, mercy line. If a wave hits anywhere, urge alchemy. Name metal, heat with hand and breath, shape into a 90-second act, then decide again. If you forget, do a soft stop. If you relapse, change socks. The point is not to win. The point is to return with less drama and more affection each time. Before we close, touch your chest lightly. Whisper your name if that feels right. Tell yourself 1 sentence you would say to a dear friend learning a difficult instrument. You are improving even when you cannot hear it. Or I love your honest effort. Or your pauses are working. Feel how your tissue responds to your own voice. That response is the beginning of a new groove. Care as default, not craving as emergency. Let a blessing lean close, warm as tea cupped between palms. May your riverbed shift pebble by pebble until water finds kinder paths. May before, during, after become a music you hum under your breath. May novelty be your friend again, not your commander. May the raft of your rituals be light and sturdy, and may you remember to set it down when you reach the other shore. May your table teach you pause and grace, your feet teach you reach and curl, your windows teach you horizon, your hands teach you soft stops. May your days glow more than they spark. May your nights forgive you quickly. May your heart learn the feel of its own steady rhythm and trust it more than the world's sirens. For the last breaths, do almost nothing. Inhale as if a small wind lifts the curtain in your chest. Exhale as if a gentle weight lowers the blind over your eyes. If sleep wants to enter, your door is open. If wakefulness stays, you are already resting in the new groove you just practiced. Soft eyes, soft hands, soft stops. The river keeps moving. You have pebbles in your palm, and that is enough. Come closer to the quiet, dear friend. Let the edges of the room soften like a shoreline dissolving into dusk. If you have a blanket, lift it so the hollow of your throat feels gently covered. Let the cloth be a kind hand. Feel the weight of your body meeting the bed or chair. Notice how the furniture does not ask you to earn support. It simply bears you. Take a slow inhale through your nose, and let a longer exhale slip out through your mouth, as if you were cooling a spoon of tea. We are about to descend together, a gentle staircase of breath and kindness, toward the kind of rest that doesn't need to be chased. You have practiced so much already. Clear seeing, compassion, letting go, savor and generosity, identity loosened, love without the squeeze, pace over panic, resilience, rewiring. Tonight we turn toward a single promise. You are allowed to end the day. Craving hates endings. It hisses, one more. Keep going, don't miss out. Rest answers with a smile that says, the day is complete enough. We will knit a night that holds you whether sleep arrives quickly or takes its time. Either way, you will be resting inside your life rather than running past it. Begin with the smallest ceremony, a punctuation for the nervous system. Place your palm on your heart and your other palm on your belly. Inhale and whisper inside, here. Exhale and whisper, enough. 3 cycles. The words aren't magic. The cadence is. Your body hears your voice and lowers the drawbridge. We will build a bedside ritual that is all softness and no pressure. Imagine 3 companions gathered on a tiny tray within reach. Weight, flow, and light. Weight can be a coin, a stone, or even the imagined heft of your own hand. Flow can be a sip of water or the memory of water. Light can be a small lamp or a mental candle. Touch weight and say, I set it down for now. Touch flow and say, I let it move without me for a while. Touch light and say, I keep a lantern for the night. Then lie back. If you have no objects nearby, the words alone will work. Your body loves symbols spoken aloud. As you settle, we'll soften the body from crown to soles. Not like a chore, but like petting a tired animal who wants to trust. Start with your forehead. Without touching, let your eyebrows drift apart like doors opening on a warm evening. Feel the space between your brows. Picture a small pool of cool water there. Let it spread sideways to temples, down over eyelids, into cheeks. Mouth unclenches from its post at the gate. Tongue rests behind lower teeth. Jaw drops a fingertip's width. Imagine the back of your head heavy in a small nest of moss. Neck lengthens by a grain. Shoulders melt toward the mattress or chair, as if someone you love has placed a hand there and said, I've got the night watch. Move to the chest. Place one palm there if it helps and feel a candle's soft flicker, low and steady. On the inhale, the flame lifts a little. On the exhale, the flame leans and settles without going out. Between ribs and belly lives a little latch. Picture it unhooking on the out-breath. Belly rounds with kindness. Hips widen into a kind of meadow. Thighs, knees, calves, ankles. Each lowers its weapon, one by one. Feet feel warm and slightly heavy, like stone sunlit all day now resting in stream water. Toes, small birds on a branch, fold into sleep. If the mind wants a job, give it counting that's more lullaby than ledger. Ride the exhale down a gentle staircase from 7 to 1 and back up to 7 like this. Exhale 7, inhale. Exhale 6, inhale. Exhale 5, inhale until 1, then climb again. If you lose the numbers, you haven't failed, you've drifted, which is the point. Begin again at whatever number appears. The numbers are not a test. They are a path through a garden the night has watered for you. As you drift, we'll plant 3 seeds. Forgiveness, gratitude, and intention. Forgiveness first, because perfection is a stimulant and we are done with it. Whisper quietly, I forgive what I didn't know to do differently today. Name one small thing if it helps. An extra scroll, a sharp word, a skipped pause, and place it on an imaginary leaf. Let the leaf float on a slow river you do not have to steer. Gratitude next, but the kind you can feel in your body. Press your cheek into your pillow and whisper, thank you, to softness itself. Or curl your toes and thank warmth. Or feel your pulse at your wrist and thank the quiet drum. Intention last, but small as a star. Tomorrow, one true thing. Not a list, a direction. Kindness or pace or listen. Lay that star in the bowl of the night and let the sky keep it safe. If sleep does not come yet, that's okay. Rest will, and rest is medicine. We'll build a porch for wakefulness so it doesn't have to pace the house. Picture yourself at a small night porch just outside the mind's busy room. Inside, thoughts move like people quietly rearranging chairs. You don't need to go in. You sit on the porch, feel air on your face, and let your breath rock you. You can rock a little faster if your mind is fast, a little slower if your mind is slow. Rocking is what tribes and lullabies have always known. The body keeps a rhythm. The mind learns to sway along. If the porch needs a sound, hum once on an exhale. The vibration is a lullaby from the inside. We'll bring a story to keep your company, softened, light as a moth. A teacher held up a cup and said, to me this cup is already broken. When it shatters, I am not surprised. While it holds water, I enjoy it fully. Hear it this way in your room. The day you just lived is already broken in the best sense. Complete, done, unable to be relived. So you can enjoy its last sips without trying to glue anything. This is not resignation. It's permission. Craving tries to arm wrestle time. Rest places the cup down gently, turns out the lamp, and trusts that morning hands are wise in ways midnight hands are not. If the body holds little sparks still, restless legs, flutter under the ribs, try the melt and press. On an inhale, curl fingers and toes lightly. On an exhale, release and press the back of hands and heels into the bed or floor by a feather's weight, as if you were leaving a blessing there. Repeat 3 times. Then let your limbs belong completely to gravity. Gravity loves you. Let it. Some nights a door opens and old visitors arrive. The second guess, the old embarrassment, the what if. Meet them at the door with a small bow. You might whisper, right now I'm sleeping, not solving. If one insists on entering, give it a chair in the corner and a glass of water, then turn back to your breath. You can keep company without conversation. The visitors will tire before you do. They always have. There's a kindness you can offer your eyes that few people teach. With lids closed, pretend you are looking at a far horizon. Not up or down, simply far. Eyes settle when they stop microscanning the dark. When eye muscles soften, the part of the brain that hunts calms. Hunters sleep when the field is quiet. The night is a field. Let it be wide. Now we'll drift through a body blessing toe to crown. Not fancy, just simple words paired with places, the way rain taps different leaves in a tree. Toes, thank you for balance and for carrying weight you never brag about. Rest. Feet, thank you for steps and for stopping. Rest. Ankles, thank you for turning me toward home. Rest. Calves and shins, thank you for standing. Rest. Knees, thank you for bowing so I could sit with others. Rest. Thighs, thank you for strength and for releasing when I asked. Rest. Hips, thank you for holding old stories. You can set the book down. Rest. Belly, thank you for digesting both food and feelings. Rest. Low back, thank you for not giving up on me. Rest. Chest, thank you for being a house for breath and for the soft animal inside. Rest. Hands, thank you for reaching and for letting go. Rest. Arms, thank you for holding and for setting down. Rest. Shoulders, thank you for carrying what was mine and teaching me to stop carrying what wasn't. Rest. Neck, thank you for turning my gaze toward beauty. Rest. Jaw, thank you for guarding and for unclenching when asked. Rest. Lips, thank you for truth and tenderness. Rest. Cheeks, thank you for tears and laughter. Rest. Eyes, thank you for seeing and for closing. Rest. Brow, thank you for sheltering thought. Rest. Scalp, thank you for sensing the weather of the world. Rest. Crown, thank you for remembering the sky. Rest. Entire body, thank you for being a place I can live. Rest. If sleepiness comes, let these words wash into silence. If wakefulness remains, you have more company. Try the lantern and the moth. Imagine a soft lamp in the center of your chest. Thoughts are moths drawn and gone. You don't sweat. You don't trap. You let the glow be itself. The moths circle, sometimes they tap the shade, sometimes they rest on the wall. You are the lamp. Lamps don't chase. They shine quietly. If the image fades, return to feeling the rise and fall of breath at the base of the nose, that delicate seesaw. You can give the hungry ghost a bedtime snack so it stops rattling the cupboard. Whisper one line to it with a smile. Little one, we have tasted enough today. I'll feed you breakfast. Then picture yourself placing a tiny bowl of warm porridge in a small side room of your heart. Shut the door gently. A lullaby can be literal. Hum a few notes. You do not need talent to comfort yourself. You need willingness to be tender. If a loved one shares your room, let your breath sink for 3 cycles without forcing. Your chests have known storms together. Let them rock the same boat for a moment. If you sleep alone, imagine somewhere on the planet another human lying down now, breathing, also trying to rest. Send them a small blessing. May your night be kind, and then offer the same to yourself. May my night be kind. You just stitched an invisible net across the world. It will hold you too. A small, sweet practice for minds that love to plan, but at a human hour. Offer tomorrow a single sentence and then hang it on a hook. I'll start with water and one true thing. Or 3 breaths before reply. Or plate and seat at lunch. Imagine a little hook on the inside of your front door. Hang that sentence there and walk away. The hook is real enough for your nervous system. It says planning has a place, and that place is not the pillow. Sometimes sleep comes halfway and then slips. You wake at 2:37 or 4:12, and the clock glows like a lighthouse that forgot its job. If you can, don't check the time. If you saw it, cover it now. Move a limb gently, one arm, one leg, as if you were letting a bird out of a snare. Then return to wind and wait. Inhale for 4 like a breeze lifts a curtain. Tiny pause. Exhale for 7 like a blind lowers. Tiny rest. Whisper, may my body rest even if my mind is awake. This sentence changes nights. It changes them because it grants rest without the hostage of sleep. Sleep often follows being invited, not being policed. There's an old kindness woven through temples and kitchens alike. Night is practice too. In monasteries, bells mark hours not to demand but to remind. You can borrow that bell without sound. Every time you notice you're awake, say softly, bell, and pair it with a small comfort. Turn your pillow. Slide your feet against the sheets. Tuck the corner of the blanket more snugly. Let the bell be a friend, not a summons. We can finish the day with a small confession and an absolution you give yourself. Confession, what hurt today? Say one sentence in plain words. The meeting that stung. The message that never came. The body that flagged. Absolution. Place a hand somewhere tender and say, I believe you. I'm sorry that was hard. I'm not leaving. Then let the hand cool on your skin like a leaf on water. If tears come, they are welcome. The eyes clean themselves. Now let's collect all the threads and tie a bow the mind can release. You can say these lines out loud or in a whisper inside, slow enough to feel them land. I met wanting and learned to pause. I tasted tone and let it be information, not command. I practiced enoughness with breath and bowls and endings. I touched the ground when the old winds blew. I loosened costumes and wore my name lightly. I loved without squeezing and repaired without drama. I walked at a pace a human can keep. I returned when I wandered. I set pebbles in the river and watched the water find gentler paths. I am learning. That is enough for tonight. Before we dim everything, a last story, small as a firefly. A child asked a grandparent, what do we do at night? The elder said, we put our tools to bed so they don't grow teeth. The child laughed and they tucked the broom, the spoon, the pen into a little corner by the door. Hear it this way. Put your tools to bed, the phone under a book, the thoughts on a shelf, the rolls on their hooks. Tools with teeth bite the hand that carries them into dreams. Tools that sleep-wake ready to be kind. If you want one more sensation to anchor you, rest your fingertip on the place your pulse is easiest to feel. Wrist, neck, ankle. That quiet drum is the oldest lullaby you know. It kept time when you were a baby stretching in a universe of warm water. Kept time as you walk through today. It will keep time while you sleep or rest. Let it be enough. Let it be the proof that life is happening without your supervision. I will leave you now with a blessing that lays itself across your brow like a cool cloth. May the day release you without hooks. May your breath gather your scattered pieces and tuck them in. May your muscles unlearn the posture of the emergency. May the cup of today be set down without shattering. And may the cup of tomorrow stay on its hook until morning hands lift it. May your lamp glow softly in your chest and call the moths to circle without burning. May your hungry ghost find porridge and a lullaby in a small side room and sleep. May your dreams, if they come, be kind. And if they do not, may your rest still heal you. If sleep is already close, let these words fade like footsteps down a hallway. If wakefulness sits beside you, you have a porch, a lamp, a rhythm, a friend in your own voice. Inhale gently, exhale longer, whisper here enough. The night is big enough for you exactly as you are. Settle one more time, dear friend. Let the room meet you the way a shore meets a tide. No hurry, only acceptance. Feel the weight of your body where it rests, the gentle press of fabric at the hollow of your throat, the cool or warmth of air against your cheeks. Take a slow breath in through your nose as if the night is combing your ribs with quiet fingers. Let a longer breath out through your mouth as if you are fogging a window, writing one last soft word there. Enough. We have walked a long path together. We did not try to become new people. We learned how to be fully the person who is already here. We practiced clear seeing, meeting the first spark before the story races away. We practice compassion, placing a warm hand on your own back so change could stick. We practiced letting go, opening the fist that had clenched for so long it forgot how to be a hand. We practiced savoring and generosity, not as rules but as ways to let sweetness land and keep moving. We loosened identities so costumes could be garments again, not cages. We learned to love without squeezing, to pace at a speed a human can actually keep, to return when we wobbled, to rewire with pebbles rather than bulldozers. You have already changed, not in fireworks, but in the slow honesty your nervous system believes. Tonight is our closing circle, not a performance, a quiet ceremony you conduct inside your own chest. Imagine a small table in front of you. Place on it 3 simple objects from your days with me. A smooth stone for clear seeing, a soft cloth for compassion, an empty bowl for letting go. Hold the stone. Feel its coolness. Whisper, I see. Touch the cloth. Feel its warmth.
Whisper, Icare.
Lift the bowl. Feel its space. Whisper, I can set it down. These are your 3 inner powers in ordinary hands. You can use them anywhere. At a sink, on a bus, under fluorescent lights, in the gentle blue of early morning. Craving will still knock. Weather keeps changing. Wanting will visit with its friends, aversion and confusion, from time to time. This is not failure. It is the sky being sky. You do not have to banish clouds to walk. You only need a path and a pace. The path you know now, breath, body, ground, value. Breath to anchor, body to locate, ground to belong, value to point your feet. The pace you know too, 1 footprint, then the next. You can choose a footprint while standing at a sink, while opening a message, while stepping over the threshold of your home. The macro will follow the micro. Life bows to the shape of your smallest moves. We should offer one last blessing to the planner who tried so hard to save you by grasping at certainty. You can keep this mind. It is clever and loving. Give it a better job. Each night, hand it the smallest lantern. 3 first moves for morning. Each morning, hand it the kindest word. The beacon that will lead your tone. Between those 2 lamps, let the planner rest. If it wakes you at 2:47, you know the ritual. Cover the clock. Place 1-word worries on the shelf. Breathe for 7, whisper. May my body rest even if my mind is awake. You are not ignoring your life. You are trusting it to continue while you sleep. Let me place a story in the room, soft and cinematic, the kind that chooses you rather than demands to be believed. A traveler came to a river at dusk. The water was not dangerous but swift, too wide to wade with certainty. They gathered reeds and branches and tied a small raft. Hand by hand they crossed, no miracle, only steadiness and small corrections. On the far shore, the traveler lifted the raft onto their shoulder out of habit. After a few steps, a child ran alongside and asked, "Why carry what carried you?" The traveler smiled, set it down, and bowed to it. They walked into the evening with empty hands, their arms free to greet whatever came. Hear it this way: your practices are rafts. They will keep being rafts as long as they help you cross. At times you'll set them down and simply live. You are not bound to a tool. The tool is bound to your freedom. If you like, try a gentle inventory of what changed during these hours, not as a scorecard, as a way of telling the truth to yourself. Perhaps you noticed the first spark and named it before obeying it. Perhaps you practiced one completion breath and felt the sweet click of a moment ending. Perhaps you paused at 70% and chose freshly. Perhaps you closed a rectangle and opened your face. Perhaps you pulled a tag from your chest and wore your name a bit lighter. Perhaps you put the phone to bed and let night keep you. Perhaps you offered one precise appreciation and felt a chord smooth. Small changes stack like stones in a river, redirecting the current by degrees until the course of water is different without drama. Trust the geologic patience of your body. It learns by repetition. It loves your kind voice. There is a quiet vow we can make here together, secular and simple, that fits in a single breath. On the inhale, I will be a person, not a project. On the exhale, I will treat moments as living things. That vow is enough. It will guide your hand away from clutching and toward touch. It will step you off treadmills disguised as meadows. It will bring your eyes to the actual room where your life is. Take one sip of water if it's near and notice the cool ribbon slide down. Sense how even this tiny act feeds the part of you that confuses speed for safety. Safety grows from contact, not from collecting. When your hand meets the cup and your mouth meets the water, you belong to your life again. Belonging is the soft antidote to craving. It reminds the hungry ghost that there is food in the kitchen of the present moment. Let's weave one more parable from the old stories, softened for your room. A disciple asked, "Teacher, how do I carry peace into busy markets and kitchens?" The teacher placed a small spoon of salt into a cup of water and had the disciple drink. The face pinched. The salt was harsh. The teacher walked to a lake, poured a handful of salt into it, and invited the disciple to sip from the shore. The disciple smiled. The water was sweet. The teacher said, "Your pain is the salt. Do not shrink your life into a cup. Learn to be a lake." Tonight's practices: doorways with small bows, cups placed gently, windows open to horizon, greetings offered in grocery aisles, the message monastery. These are the ways you become a lake. Same salt, more water. Wanting does not vanish. It dissolves in a wider kindness. Another closing image, because the body speaks in images. Picture a lantern in your chest. It does not blaze. It glows. Moths of thought come and go. You do not chase them. You do not trap them. You keep the glow. When the day grows loud, you can place a palm over this lantern and feel its steady warmth through the skin. You can imagine its light resting on your organs, on the coils of your belly, on the back of your heart where old stories once gripped. Light does not argue. It accompanies. You do not need to win the night to rest in it. You only need to sit by your own lamp. Before we complete, return to the triangle that became a small house: breath, body, ground, value, and add your door. The door is one sentence you will carry into your next days. Choose the one that fits your mouth tonight. Here I am. Or gentle is strong. Or choose glow. Or pace over panic. Or release and return. Whisper it once. Feel what it does to your ribs. Words like these are keys. You don't wave them at a locked life. You turn them in a specific door. When the door opens, you step through just one step, then the next. If you wake in the middle of the night after we part, you already know the porch. You know how to cover the clock and make the shelf of one-word thoughts. You know wind and weight. You know how to feel your pulse and thank it. You know the sentence that frees rest from the hostage of sleep. Use what you like. Leave what you don't need. No gold stars are given or withheld here. Only return is asked. Return is always enough. You might want a benediction that carries you beyond the next sunrise. Something like a letter folded into a pocket. Let me write it for you now with my voice. Dear morning you, I left you water and a first true thing. I tucked your phone into its little bed, and I smoothed the cords of attention so they could sleep too. I took the costumes off their hooks and thanked them. Today, walk at the pace of a person. Taste your first sip. Complete small moments. Close rectangles, open faces. Set one boundary without hardening your heart. When wanting knocks, welcome it and ask what it truly seeks. Feed the glow first. When aversion arrives, soothe instead of striking. When confusion fogs, touch four things and say here. If you forget, breathe. If you remember, breathe. If you are proud, breathe. I am with you. Love your night self. Let's seal the night with a return to the earth, the way the awakened one did in old stories when storms gathered. Touch what is supporting you. Mattress, chair, floor. Like touching the hand of a friend who has waited without impatience. Whisper, witness. Your life does not need an audience to be real. It only needs your presence. Presence is less a spotlight than a hand held in the dark. When you feel alone, remember, countless other hands are resting on their own ground in this same hour. We are quiet together, scattered and yet joined. You may want to bless someone before sleep. Someone easy, someone hard, maybe yourself. Offer 3 tiny wishes, 1 breath each. May you feel safe enough. May you feel ease where you can. May you know you matter. Then let the wishes float like paper boats on a still pond. You don't need to push them. They carry themselves. We should honor grief if it rises at the end, the grief of closing, of leaving a room that felt kind. Place a palm on your chest. Whisper, endings are safe in this body. You have learned to close. You have learned to place a period on the day in ink that doesn't bleed. This is no small craft. It will serve you in rooms I will never see. A last everyday instruction, light as a ribbon, to tuck into your pocket for the next time wanting surges in a doorway or an aisle. Label and land. Softly name the tug in 3 words or fewer. Sweet pull, check phone, fix me. Then land with breath, body, ground. 1 breath, 1 sensation, 1 touch of floor or chair. After that, choose the next kind step. That little move has changed many lives. It will keep changing yours in ways only you will notice. A jaw that eases, a message that can wait. A cabinet that closes with a whisper instead of a slam. A face that feels seen across a table. A day that ends before midnight without the ghost of more rattling the cutlery. Let's rest now in a long, unhurried silence inside a few simple sentences. I am allowed to want. I am allowed to wait. I am allowed to choose. I am allowed to set down. I am allowed to rest. Speak each line on an exhale as if setting smooth stones on a shelf. Then leave them there. No one will take them. They will be here in the morning. I will leave you with the same blessing I would give to someone I love as they drift into sleep before a long journey. A blessing made of small, everyday words because those are the ones that stay. May your breath stay close and kind. May your rooms keep their restful edges. May your hands remember how to open. May your steps remember the slower pace that keeps the candle alive. May your mouth find the line that tells the truth without the blade. May your eyes keep the horizon in them when salt arrives. May your heart be a lake. May your days glow more than they spark. May your nights end with a period and begin with water. May you know again and again that you are a person, not a project, and that just this is already enough. For the last time tonight, lay your head down into the shape the pillow has learned from you. Inhale like a tide moving in. Exhale like the tide returning to the wide dark sea. If sleep comes, let it carry you. If wakefulness remains, sit with your lamp and trust that the night knows how to hold you. Either way, you are not outside your life anymore. You are inside it, breathing. Here. Enough.